Rich and Latham had just picked up the food, snacks, and drinks for the game they planned to watch at Rich's apartment. The two men were still debating who they thought would take the Super Bowl this year when Rich's attention drifted forward, his steps slowing as he realized he recognized the person up ahead. Rich eased the SUV over to the curb the moment he spotted the familiar figure trudging along the sidewalk. RJ. Same slight limp, same worn jacket from the old days. Back when Rich was still running cars, before parole turned every mile into a long walk to the bus stop. Before he learned what it felt like to have nowhere to go and no one offering a ride. He rolled down the window. "Hey, you need a lift." RJ's face split into a grin. "Yo, Felony, good to see you." "Thanks man." He climbed in, nodding at Latham in the passenger seat. "What's up?" Latham nodded back, smiling. "Everything's good." Rich introduced RJ to Latham. The three of them settled into easy conversation as he pulled back onto the road, old stories from the block, nothing heavy. RJ asked Latham about his time in the service, and Latham gave the short version, relaxed. For a few minutes, it felt normal. Just three guys talking. RJ glanced over at the car seat fastened in the back and asked, "Rich, you got kids?" Rich nodded. "Yeah, you remember Sherry?" RJ paused, eyes shifting as he searched his memory. "Oh yeah, Sherry Thompson." Rich smiled with quiet pride. "Right, I got a little girl with her. Her name is Karma." RJ's face lit up. "Oh man, that's beautiful." Rich glanced at him in the rearview mirror. "What about you?" RJ grinned. "I got 3. I'm getting ready to go see one of them right now." And the men just kept talking, and the day went beautifully so far. RJ leaned back in the seat, looking around the truck as Rich slowed to the curb. "This ride is not anything close to what you used to roll in," he said, smirking. "But I guess this is what fatherhood does to you." "Huh." Rich chuckled, because he remembered those days of cruising around in brand new Mercedes, Cadillacs, sports cars he owned, but the owners never got the memo. For a split second, the memory flashed through him. Then he thought of Karma, and the memory vanished just as fast. "Yeah," Rich said, "it's a downgrade all right, but I did it for good reasons." RJ nodded, still smiling. "Same here, man. I'd rather walk than go back to that lifestyle." As the SUV rolled to RJ's stop, he glanced toward the passenger seat. "Yo, Latham, nice to meet you." Latham smiled back. "Good meeting you too." As RJ opened the back door, stepped out, Rich called out, "Hey, I don't go by the name Felony anymore. I go by Rich now." RJ blinked. "Oh, is that your real name?" Rich nodded. "Yeah, I'm a changed man now. I don't do that stuff anymore. I'm trying to set an example for my little girl." RJ's smile softened. "I'm proud of you. For real." Sorry. You don't look like a Rich, but I'll try to get used to it." They both laughed. Rich reached out for a fist bump. "Stay cool." Rich and Latham pulled away, heading back to the apartment to set up for the Super Bowl. A few buddies were coming over later. Chips, wings, nothing wild. Just a good night. Blank. Rich and Latham were in the kitchen unpacking all the food for the Super Bowl party. Wings, chips, sodas, everything. They were laughing, talking, moving around the kitchen like brothers. Then the door opened. Greg walked in early, carrying a bag of snacks and a case of sodas. "Man, I brought extra chips," Greg said, dropping the bag on the counter. "You know how you guys eat." Rich chuckled. "Good looking out." Greg started loading drinks into the fridge. "Rich, how you been?" "Everything good." Rich nodded. "Everything's great." You wouldn't believe who I ran into today. Greg looked over his shoulder. Who? Rich said it casually, not thinking anything of it. RJ. Latham jumped in, smiling. Yeah, we gave him a ride. He's a cool dude. We should have invited him over for the game. Rich shrugged. Didn't think to. He's probably visiting his kids. Greg froze. His whole face changed. Rich and Latham both noticed. What? Rich asked. What's that look for? Greg slowly turned around. You two gave him a ride. Rich, puzzled by his question, said, yeah. Greg shook his head. Rich looked at Latham and back at Greg and asked, what? What? Greg stared at him like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Rich, you're on parole. Rich said, yeah, and Greg swallowed. So is he. Everything stopped. Rich and Latham looked at each other, shock hitting both of them at the same time. Latham's eyes widened. I didn't know that. Rich shook his head. Neither did I. Greg exhaled hard. You better hope your PO don't find out. Latham said. He was just offering him a ride, not hanging out. Greg shook his head. Doesn't matter. Association is association. Rich forced a shrug. I'm sure it'll be okay. Nobody saw. They changed the subject, dismissed it, and continued to get ready for the Super Bowl game. Greg took off to go pick up a couple of Rich's buddies for the game. After some time, a knock sounded at the door. Rich walked over, expecting another friend. He checked the peephole. It was his PO. But he wasn't worried. Not yet. There was no alcohol, no drugs, just guys watching the game. He opened the door. The PO kept his tone casual. Hey Rich, I need to do a walkthrough of your apartment. Sure, Rich said, leading him to the dining room. The parole officer stepped inside, eyes scanning the room with practiced calm. He nodded at Latham. Knew him, knew he was clean. No issue there. Latham was nearby in the kitchen getting snacks ready for the game. He could hear everything. The PO sat down with Rich. Then the questions started casual, routine, until they weren't. The parole officer asked, I got word that a vehicle described like yours picked up another parolee around noon, so my question to you is where were you at noon today? The PO was gauging for honesty, looking for behavioral cues, and instantly checking for inconsistencies before searching. Latham froze mid-pour. Rich kept his face blank. Poker face. Years of practice. He didn't think. He didn't plan. He just reacted. No, Rich said quickly. That wasn't me. I was with Latham. Latham looked up. Surprised, but ready to back his friend. The PO turned to him. Latham, is that right? Latham nodded. Yes, sir. He took me to see my son. My car's down. Then we grabbed something to eat and came back here to get snacks for the game. We've been here ever since. The PO nodded slowly. The parole officer studied them both with years of experience, then nodded. Appreciate the clarity, Latham. He asked Rich a couple more standard check-in questions and took a quick look around the apartment. He asked routine questions. Show me where you are sleeping. Are there any firearms in the apartment? I need to see your room, closet and drawers. Who is currently living here with you? Etc., which showed him everything he wanted to see, and Rich complied to all of his questions. Then the parole officer turned to Rich again. Where is Karma right now? Rich responded, she's visiting her grandparents. They're arranging for her to visit her mom, Sherry, in prison. The parole officer nodded and wrote a few notes. He then asked Rich to hand over his cell phone. Rich reached into his pocket, entered his password, and gave it to him. The officer checked the phone numbers and contacts. Most were familiar. His boss, Karma's grandparents, Rôvi, Latham, his parole officer, Earl and Peggy's house, Charles the Marine, and a few more tied to Karma's distant relatives. One unfamiliar number stood out, saved under the name Greg. The parole officer looked up, his tone professional, calm, and matter of fact. "Who is Greg?" "Greg is a buddy of mine," Rich answered. "I met him when I got out." The parole officer wrote down the name and number, then asked, "Where does he live?" Rich gave him the address, and the officer noted it. He continued scrolling through the text messages for several minutes. Finally, he handed the phone back to Rich, wrote a few more notes, asked a couple additional questions, and then asked Rich to come downstairs to do a search of his SUV, which he did, a thorough search. Everything checked out, and after that the parole officer left. Only after the parole officer's car pulled out of the driveway did Rich turn to Latham and say, "Man, I hope that RJ cover-up don't come back to bite us." "Listen," Latham said, meeting his eyes. "You have been denied early release how many times now? They are still holding grudges. Those families who lost heirlooms, first baby photos, wedding videos on the cameras you helped move back in the day. They show up at every hearing. They are not letting you slide." Rich stayed quiet, listening. "Neither of us knew RJ was on parole," Latham continued. "You just saw an old friend walking and did what someone should have done for you once. If it ever comes up, you know RJ's instincts run the same way, he'll cover you without hesitation. But even if your parole officer believes you, someone higher up might not. Especially if it lands in front of the wrong judge. You told the truth last time about holding those goods for somebody, and look what it got you, another denial. They wrote, integrity, sure. But they also said you are not learning." Latham's voice softened. "You have full custody of a little girl now. That is a flag. Sherry is locked up. Her people are career travelers. They are not stepping up. Who is left for Karma if they pull you back in?" Rich stared at the floor, the weight settling heavier. "I see what you are saying. But what if RJ tells them the truth? Then they know we lied." "I doubt it," Latham said. "He didn't know you were on parole either, or he never would have taken the ride. He knows the rules. As far as he's concerned, you were just doing what anyone would do for a buddy. He'll put two and two together. Trust me." Rich nodded slowly. "I hope you're right."
The estate sale sat on a quiet corner lot, the kind of place where the grass still held the imprint of the family that once lived there. Earl and Peggy moved through the tables with purpose, not browsing, hunting. They weren't the type to smother Latham, but they knew a young bachelor starting over rarely had the things he should have. Peggy spotted the first treasure, a full box of matching cookware, still in their original packaging. Heavy-bottomed pots, gleaming pans, serving dishes that looked like they'd only ever been used for holidays. "These are practically new," she murmured, lifting a lid. "Latham doesn't have anything like this." Earl nodded, already scanning for something bigger. "He's got that old futon and a TV stand that looks like it came from a dorm room. Super Bowl's coming. He needs something solid." That's when he saw it, a cherry oak entertainment stand, polished to a shine, sturdy enough to last another 20 years. And sitting beside it, a 60-inch flat screen that looked like it had barely been touched. Peggy raised an eyebrow. "You think he has anything like that?" Earl shook his head. "Not a chance. I'm getting it." A couple of men from the sale helped load the entertainment stand and the TV into the back of Earl's truck. Peggy, meanwhile, found a full set of towels, thick, plush, neatly folded, the kind of towels a bachelor never buys for himself. "These are coming with us," she said, satisfied. By the time they finished, the truck bed looked like a starter kit for a man rebuilding his life. They climbed in, and Peggy smiled to herself. Latham's going to love these towels. Earl grinned. He's going to lose his mind over that TV. 60 inches. He'll be the king of New Chapter Court. They pulled into the lot at New Chapter Court just as the property manager, Jason, was trimming the edges near the walkway with a weed eater. They hadn't met him yet, but they recognized the look. Tired, overworked, carrying the weight of a building full of people trying to start over. Peggy gave him a polite wave as they passed. They knocked on Rich's door. When it opened, both Rich and Latham were inside, already setting out chips and drinks. Earl laughed. Looks like you two are getting ready for the Super Bowl. Latham's grin stretched wide. Yes, sir. Peggy glanced around. Where's little Karma? Rich answered. She's with her grandparents. They're arranging a visit with Sherry. Peggy's face lit. That's wonderful. Rich stepped aside. Come on in. Peggy shook her head. We're actually here for Latham. We've got something for you. Latham followed them down to the truck, and froze. The 60-inch TV. The Cherry Oak entertainment stand. The cookware. The towels. His mouth fell open. You're kidding. Peggy laughed softly. No, sweetheart. You deserve nice things. Rich whistled low. Man, we're watching the Super Bowl at your place. Latham puffed his chest a little, pride warming his face. Absolutely. The two men carried everything upstairs while Earl and Peggy followed behind. Inside Latham's apartment, the bachelor reality was clear. Mismatched furniture, a futon that had seen better days, a lamp that leaned slightly to the left. But the new entertainment stand transformed the room instantly. Peggy unpacked the dishes and towels while Earl helped position the TV. Latham stood there, hands on his hips, taking it all in. I don't even know what to say. You don't have to, Earl replied. Just enjoy it. A knock sounded at the door. Latham opened it to find Jason, the property manager, still holding the weed eater in one hand and a welcome packet in the other. Peggy stepped forward. Well, hello there. I don't believe we've met. Jason nodded politely. I'm Jason, property manager here. Peggy studied him, the slumped shoulders, the tired eyes. You look like you've had better days. Jason let out a short, weary laugh. Yes, ma'am, people think this job is just collecting rent. They don't see what goes on behind the scenes. Earl leaned against the entertainment stand. You know, my brother Blake is doing a seminar you might want to check out. It's about exactly that, the things people in your line of work deal with that nobody talks about. Jason blinked, surprised. Really? Something like that exists? It will, Earl said. He's putting it together now. It's going to be broadcast online. A chance for people to hear what folks like you go through. Jason nodded slowly. I'd be interested in that. Tell me when and where. Earl gave him the details while Peggy finished arranging the towels in Latham's bathroom. As Jason left, the apartment felt warmer, not because of the new furniture, but because of the sense of community settling into the room.
As the days went by, Rich settled into his routine, finishing work, then heading to Rôvi's place to pick up Karma. The little girl always came running, full of energy and a toy in hand. While gathering her things, Rich turned to Rôvi. I wasn't able to make it to Dr. Blake's last seminar on cultural rejection, and I really wanted to hear the stories. So I reached out to Amethyst for a copy. She sent me the recording on CD. After I put Karma to bed, I listened to the whole thing, and after hearing your story, I have even more respect for you. Rôvi's eyebrows lifted. Oh, so you heard my story. Rich nodded. I did. And it just makes this rabbit hole with you go deeper. Every time I think I understand you, something else opens up. I'm blown away, honestly. How someone who's been through that much can still be this gentle, this steady, this kind. I guess I had the stereotype that people who go through things end up bitter or closed off. Rôvi let out a soft chuckle. That can happen, sure. But when you know what it feels like to be bullied, you don't want to bully anyone. When you know what it feels like to be rejected, you don't want to reject anyone. When you know what it feels like to have no one to turn to, it makes you want to be there for others. I think that's just how I'm wired. She smiled lightly. Rich nodded again, fully understanding her words, but Rôvi could see the tension behind his calm exterior. His shoulders were too tight. His breathing too measured. Something was sitting on him. Rôvi caught it immediately. You look like something's on your mind, she said quietly, waiting until Karma was fully absorbed in her toys. Her voice wasn't prying, just steady, offering space. Is everything okay? Rich hesitated, the silence stretching just long enough to show how much he didn't want to burden her. Then he exhaled and sat down. No, I have a problem. He told her everything, the ride, the surprise of seeing RJ, the grudges, the fear that one innocent good deed could unravel everything. I don't want to dump all this on you. It's just, on my mind. I love that little girl more than anything. If something happens to me, I have to figure out what to do with her. He started to leave, then paused at the door and turned back. Rôvi, can I ask you something? Of course. If anything happens, if I get pulled back in and she ends up in the system, would you be her godmother? Reach out to her grandparents, the distant relatives, the numbers I gave you. Make sure someone is looking out for her. His voice carried a quiet strain on the last part. Rôvi studied him, then gestured to the couch. Sit down. He did, surprised. Karma played on the floor between them, oblivious. I'm going to offer you something that might solve the bigger problem, Rôvi said, her tone steady and matter of fact. Strictly business. If you and I got married, legal, on paper, but platonic, it would give Karma a stable home. The system wouldn't pull her immediately. They would see she's already here, at daycare, fed, happy. They would come to this house and know she's taken care of. Between me and Bonnie, she would be safe. Rich leaned forward, eyebrows lifting. She continued calmly. You're on thin ice with the grudges and the history. One technical violation, wrong place, wrong time, even helping an old friend, could send you back. This way, if it does, Karma stays in a safe environment instead of foster care. My veteran benefits would cover her medical and dental needs. Yours too, if it ever came to that. No strings. I'm not asking for anything except to help keep that little girl where she belongs. Besides having a background in child care, I've studied in the legal field as well, Rôvi said. Based on what you've told me, this would guarantee your daughter's safety if something happened to you. It would function like a safety net. That is my offer. She paused, her tone still steady. But I want you to talk to Dr. Blake about it first. He knows your entire situation, I don't. He understands the legal landscape with your parole officer and the bigger picture. I don't. I'm only telling you where my heart is. Dr. Blake can tell you whether this would actually hold up. Rich sat speechless, eyes wide. Rôvi had helped him out of tight spots before, but this was the Cadillac of lifelines. Rôvi, his voice cracked. This is beyond generous. Me personally, I'd say yes right now. But I agree with you, I need to talk to Dr. Blake first, get the full legal side. He paused, staring at her, stunned into silence. I have to go before I make a fool of myself. Rôvi smiled faintly. Big tough guy like you, about to cry. Can't help it. He stood, still staring at her in disbelief. I can't believe you would even consider that. I'll talk to you soon. He scooped up Karma and said to her. Say bye-bye to Miss Rôvi. Karma smiled and waved bye-bye at Rôvi. She smiled and waved back. As they left, the weight on his chest felt a fraction lighter, and a whole lot more complicated. After fastening Karma into her car seat, Rich slid into the driver's seat, buckled up, and started the engine. Then he just sat there, completely numb, replaying every word Rôvi had said. He stared straight ahead, hands resting on the wheel, mind spinning. The offer didn't feel real. He shook his head slowly, as if trying to wake himself from a dream. But the moment stayed solid, unmoving. A small voice broke through the fog. "Daddy, can we go to McDonald's?" The sound snapped him out of the trance. He blinked, then let out a soft, disbelieving chuckle. Looking at her through the rearview mirror, he said, "Okay, sweetie. We can go to McDonald's." Karma let out an excited little, "Yay." Rich shifted into drive, but before pulling off, he glanced back at Rôvi's house. The door was closed now, the porch still. Yet the conversation kept looping in his mind, her offer, her calmness, the sheer magnitude of what she was willing to do. He looked forward again, exhaled, and eased the car away from the curb. Shock still sat heavy in his chest. As he drove, one thought rose above the rest. How in the world am I going to present all this to Dr. Blake at my next re-entry meeting?
Earl and Peggy stepped into the professional building, the familiar hum of voices and footsteps echoing down the hallway. Before heading to the classroom, Earl decided to stop by Blake's office, just to say hello, and to show him a few treasures they'd picked up at the yard sale. Blake's door was open, but Earl didn't want to intrude. He stood to the side and tapped lightly on the doorframe. "Come in," Blake called. Earl peeked in first. Blake was at his desk, smiling, with Tarquin seated across from him. Earl and Peggy stepped inside. They greeted Tarquin. He greeted them back. Then they looked back at Blake. "Hi, little brother," Earl said. "How's it going?" Blake immediately closed the folders on his desk, client files, and stood to greet them. "I'm doing well. How are you two?" Peggy lifted the bag she was carrying. "We brought you something." Earl grinned. "You are not going to believe what I found." He reached into the bag like he was digging for buried treasure and pulled out a small container filled with old glass bottles. He handed it to Blake. Tarquin leaned forward, curious. Blake lifted one of the bottles, and his entire expression changed. His eyes widened, his mouth fell open slightly, and he looked like a child seeing fireworks for the first time. Earl nudged Peggy. "Told you he'd like them." Blake was speechless for a moment. He picked up another bottle, turning it carefully in his hands. "These are antique medicine bottles, excellent condition, the writing is still intact. Some of them still have liquid in them." He looked up, stunned. "Where in the world did you find these?" "These are priceless." Earl beamed. "The estate sale we went to, the man was a physician. He passed away, and his family found all these bottles in the basement. I knew you'd like them." Blake gently lifted another bottle, examining the glass. "These have to be from the 1800s, maybe earlier." He picked up a smaller one. "This one looks like late 1700s. He carried them over to the shelf near the antique clock Earl had gifted him some time ago. He arranged the bottles carefully, stepped back, adjusted them again, stepped back, adjusted them again. Earl whispered to Peggy, "See? I told you. Just get him an antique and he'll be beaming for days." Tarquin finally stood and came over. "My goodness," he said quietly. "These really are from the 1700s, and these here, definitely 1800s. Blake and Tarquin fell into a quiet, excited discussion about the bottles, completely absorbed. Peggy smiled. "We better go, Earl. These two will be at this all day." Earl laughed. You're right. He called out, I'll talk to you later, little brother. Blake snapped out of his trance. Oh, I apologize. I can't get over this. Thank you. I'll see you both in class. Earl and Peggy headed to the elevator. Peggy held her bag of yard sale finds and shook her head with a smile. Your little brother is the easiest person to shop for. Earl puffed his chest. Told you. Just give him an antique and he'll light up like Christmas. They reached the classroom and stepped inside. Workers in uniforms filled the seats, some coming off third shift, some heading to work afterward. Earl and Peggy took their usual seats in the middle. Rôvi entered quietly and sat at the desk in front of Earl and Peggy. Rich came in next, looking unusually relaxed. He spotted Rôvi immediately and gave her a warm smile before greeting Earl and Peggy. Earl waved him over. How's it going, son? Rich grinned from ear to ear. Everything's great. Latham moved into his new apartment, thanks to you. We watched the Super Bowl at his place since he's got that big fancy TV. Peggy beamed. Rich turned to Rôvi, who greeted him with her usual calm professionalism. Rich leaned over and quietly said to her, Hey Rôvi. Rôvi looked at him. He continued, When class is over, I want you to come with me to talk to Dr. Blake about your offer. This can't wait for the re-entry meeting. It's been on my mind. Rôvi nodded. Of course. I'll stay after. Rich said, Thanks. Peggy leaned over. Where's the little one? With her grandparents, Rich said. They're arranging another visitation with Sherry. Peggy smiled softly. That's wonderful. That little girl is going to enjoy seeing her mama again. She sure is, Rich said. The facilitators began filing into the room. Amethyst entered to set up the diffuser. The specialist followed. A moment later, Dr. Blake stepped to the front, ready to begin the introduction and explain what this seminar would cover. And the room settled. The room settles, uniforms, work boots, name badges, a few students with notebooks, some people clearly fresh off a shift, others clearly headed to one. Cameras are live. Dr. Blake steps forward. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome you to the things therapists hear from. Property managers, hotel staff, mail carriers, maintenance workers, paid drivers, custodians, and code enforcement. He lets the title sit in the air for a moment. Most of the time, when people think about therapy, they picture private offices and quiet conversations. But what therapists hear doesn't just come from patients in a chair. It comes from the people who keep everything running, people who see what happens in apartment buildings, hotels, on the road, in hallways, stairwells, parking lots, and job sites. He looks around the room. Today, you're going to hear some of those stories. Some of them will be frustrating. Some of them will be a little comical, because when you're venting, it doesn't always come out calm and polished. That's all right. The humor is real. The frustration is real. The point of this seminar is awareness. He glances toward the audience and the cameras. This is being televised and will be available online, because the people who need to hear this are not just in this room. They're the ones who leave the mess, ignore the rules, talk wild to staff, or treat workers like they're invisible, often without even realizing the impact. Dr. Blake turns slightly toward the panel. Before we begin, I want to introduce someone who's here for a very specific reason. He gestures to the analyst seated with a notebook. This is our public policy analyst. Their job today is not to talk over anyone. Their job is to listen. To hear the patterns in what you share, what keeps happening to property managers, hotel staff, mail carriers, maintenance workers, paid drivers, custodians, and code enforcement, and to ask, where can policy, codes, or procedures change so this doesn't keep happening? The analyst gives a small nod. At the end of the seminar, they'll share what they've heard and where real change might be possible. Because this isn't just about venting. It's about making it harder for the same harm to repeat. Setting the structure. Dr. Blake returns his focus to the workers. Here's how today will go. We'll take one profession at a time. For each group, I'll invite you to share a real situation you deal with, what happened, how it made you feel, what you're tired of. After you speak, I'll respond, Tarquin will respond, and then I'm going to ask you one important question. What do you wish people would do differently so this wouldn't keep happening? You'll answer that in your own words. That's the part the public needs to hear. He looks across the room. Property managers, hotel staff, mail carriers, maintenance workers, paid drivers, custodians, code enforcement. Your stories are the seminar. We're just guiding the conversation. He takes a breath. All right. We're going to start with code enforcement. I see a few of you here. When you're ready, tell us what you deal with out there.
The first code enforcement inspector stands up. Tired boots, clipboard under his arm. The look of a man who has seen too much nonsense and not enough common sense. All right. Let me go ahead and get this off my chest, because if I don't say it here, I'm gonna end up yelling it in my truck again. A few people laugh already. So I get called out to this duplex, right? Owner tells me, everything's perfect. You won't find a single issue. Anytime somebody says that, I already know I'm about to walk into a disaster. The room chuckles. I step inside and the first thing I see is a ceiling fan hanging so low it almost took my hat off. Then I head downstairs and find an extension cord running from the washing machine, across the basement floor, up the stairs, and into the living room. I said, "Sir, what is this?" He said, "Improvising, improvising," like he's on a survival show. The room laughs, but honestly, that wasn't even the worst part. Let me tell you what really had me ready to retire. He leans forward. I go into another property and find temporary hydraulic bottle jacks, the kind you use to change a tire, holding up the main beam of the house. And not temporarily. They'd been there for years. I said, "Sir, these are not permanent supports." He said, "Well, they've been working. Working is not the same as safe." The room groans. Then I go to a basement where the homeowner decided he didn't like how the space looked. So he just removed a load-bearing wall. Just took it out. No permit. No replacement support. The floor above was sagging so bad I thought my level was broken. A few people gasp. I told him, "Sir, this is dangerous." And he says, "Well, it opened up the room." Yeah, because the house is trying to sit down. The room laughs nervously. Next place, I find a massive header beam, big, heavy, expensive. But it's not resting on any vertical studs or columns. It's just floating there, doing absolutely nothing. A decorative beam, a very dangerous decorative beam. He pauses, letting that sink in. I said, "Sir, this beam isn't supporting anything." And he says, "Well, it looks strong." Looks strong. That's not how physics works. The room chuckles. And here's the one that almost made me walk out. He lifts a finger. Somebody removed a load-bearing wall but left a small section of brick chimney, just a chunk, and decided that was going to hold up the joists. A chimney fragment. A chimney that was never designed to hold vertical load. I said, "Sir, this is not a support column." And he says, "Well, it's brick." The room groans. I swear, half my job is explaining that brick is not magic and gravity is undefeated. He shakes his head, and after all that, the ceiling fan, the extension cord, the bottle jacks, the missing wall, the useless header beam, the chimney chunk, he still asks me, "Can you pass me this time?" He stares at the room. I said, "Sir, I can't pass you anything except a list of repairs and a prayer." He sits down, exhausted. That's my story, and I'm tired. The second inspector stands up, older,
steady, the kind of man who has seen enough structural stupidity to last 3 lifetimes. All right, let me tell you what I'm dealing with out there, because some of this is unbelievable. The room quiets. I go to this house, right? Homeowner swears everything is solid. I go down into the basement and what do I find? Temporary hydraulic bottle jacks, the kind you use to change a tire, holding up the main beam of the house. And not for a day. Not for a week. For years. The room reacts, groans, disbelief. I said, "Sir, these are temporary supports." And he says, "Well, they've been working so far." So far. That's his engineering plan. He shakes his head. Next house. The homeowner decided he didn't like how the basement looked, so he just removed a load-bearing wall. Just took it out. No permit. No plan. No support. The floor above was sagging so bad I thought my level was broken. A few people gasped. I told him, "Sir, this is dangerous." And he says, "Well, it opened up the space." Yeah, it opened up the space because the house is trying to sit down. The room laughs nervously. Then I go to another property. They installed this massive header beam, big, expensive, heavy, except they didn't put it on any vertical studs or columns. It was just floating there. Doing absolutely nothing. A decorative beam. A very dangerous decorative beam. He pauses, letting that sink in. I said, "Sir, this beam isn't supporting anything." And he says, "Well, it looks strong." Looks strong. That's not how physics works. The room chuckles. And here's the one that almost made me walk out. Somebody removed a load-bearing wall, but left a little section of brick chimney, just a chunk, and decided that was going to hold up the joists. A chimney. A chimney that was never designed to hold vertical load. I said, "Sir, this is not a support column." And he says, "Well, it's brick." The room groans. I swear, half my job is explaining that brick is not magic and gravity is undefeated. He exhales, tired. That's what I deal with. People doing major structural work with 0 permits, 0 engineering, and 0 understanding, and then getting mad at me when I tell them their house is one bad day away from becoming a pancake. He sits down, exhausted. That's my story. And I'm tired.
The third code enforcement officer stands up. Older, steady, the kind of man who's seen every trick in the book and is tired of all of them. He crosses his arms and shakes his head before he even starts. "All right. I got a few things to get off my chest." The room leans in. First one. I go down into this basement, right? And it is fully finished. Drywall, flooring, recessed lighting, the whole 9. Looks nice. Except for one thing. He pauses. There was no permit. None. Not even an attempt. They built an entire living space like they were hiding from the law, which, technically, they were. The room chuckles. I tell the owner, "Sir, this is illegal construction." And he says, "Well, it's already done." Like that magically makes it legal. He rolls his eyes. Next one. I show up to another property to test the systems, electrical, plumbing, HVAC. Except guess what? No power, no water, nothing. I said, "How am I supposed to test anything?" And the owner says, "Well, can't you just assume it works?" The room groans. I said, "Sir, I don't assume anything. That's how buildings burn down." He takes a breath, getting warmed up now. Then I go to a job site where the contractor is still installing fixtures. I mean actively installing them. Tools everywhere. Wires hanging out. And he looks at me and says, "You're early." "No, sir. You're late. You called for an inspection you weren't ready for." A few people laugh. And here's the one that almost made me walk out. He lifts a finger. I show up to another site, and the contractor is closing up walls with drywall. I mean sealing them shut. And I say, hold up, I haven't inspected the wiring yet. And he says, oh, don't worry about it. He stares at the room. Don't worry about it. He was literally trying to hide illegal wiring behind the walls. Like I don't know what fresh drywall looks like. The room laughs, because they know that tone. And the last one. This one really got me. I walk into a room that looks freshly painted. Smells like paint. Walls look clean. But something feels off. I get closer, and I realize they painted over mold. The entire room. Covered it like it was a bad tattoo. The room reacts. Groans, disbelief, head shakes. I said, sir, this is mold. And he says, not anymore. The room bursts out laughing. I said, sir, paint is not medicine. He sighs, rubbing his forehead. I swear, half my job is catching people trying to hide things they know are wrong. And the other half is explaining why covering mold with paint doesn't make it disappear. He sits down, exhausted. That's my story, and I'm tired.
The fourth inspector stands up, the kitchen guy, the one they always call when something is leaking, sparking, sagging, or about to explode. He rubs his forehead like he's already tired just remembering the last week. All right, I normally deal with kitchens, so let me tell you what I see out there. The room leans in. First off, contractors cutting through main floor joists just to make room for kitchen plumbing. I'm talking cutting through the structural bones of the house so a drain pipe can fit better. I walked into one place where the floor above was being held up by less than an inch of wood. 1 inch. I said, sir, this is dangerous. He said, well, the pipe needed space. The pipe needed space. Sir, the house needs support. And then there's the electrical. I've found non-GFCI outlets right next to kitchen sinks. Right next to water. And half the time they're powered by these old Federal Pacific panels, the ones known for catching fire. I tell them, this is a shock hazard. And they say, well, it hasn't shocked anyone yet. Yet. That's their safety plan. A few people laugh in disbelief. Next. Fire and venting hazards. I go into kitchens where the exhaust fan is supposed to vent outside, but instead it's blowing moist air straight into the attic. Straight into the wood, straight into the insulation, straight into rot, and then they wonder why the ceiling is sagging. He shakes his head. And don't get me started on ranges installed with paper-faced insulation right next to the burners. Paper. Next to open flame. I said, sir, this is flammable. He said, well, it hasn't burned yet. There's that word again, yet. The room laughs. Now let's talk plumbing nightmares. I've seen flexible drain pipes that look like they came from a dollar store. I've seen leaking pipes patched with magic putty, like we're doing arts and crafts instead of plumbing. And the worst one, a gas line connected to a plumbing fixture. Gas. Connected. To plumbing. I said, sir, this is illegal. He said, well, it fit. Fit is not the standard. The room reacts, groans, head shakes, a few laughs. And lastly, missing safety features. Kitchen islands with no required electrical outlets. Cabinets hung so poorly they're one good slam away from collapsing. I opened one cabinet door and the whole thing shifted like it was trying to fall into my arms. He sighs, exhausted. I swear, half my job is explaining that kitchens are not supposed to be obstacle courses of fire, gas, electricity, and gravity all fighting each other. He sits down. That's my story, and I'm tired.
Dr. Blake steps forward, ready to address the 4 building code inspectors, when the classroom door clicks open. Rich's head snaps toward it, instinctive, automatic, after everything he went through earlier today. His shoulders tense for half a second before he realizes it's just more participants arriving late. He exhales and settles back into his seat. Dr. Blake pauses, giving space for the interruption. A small group enters, clearly having just climbed several flights of stairs. A couple of them are bent over slightly, breathing hard. One woman fans herself with a folded pamphlet. Behind them comes Henry, the officer, not even winded. He walks in like he just strolled across a parking lot. Right behind him is Charles, the Marine, posture perfect, breathing steady, not a bead of sweat on him. His wife Bonnie, however, is absolutely out of breath. She presses a hand to her chest, trying to recover. They make their way over to Peggy and Earl. Peggy leans toward Bonnie, eyebrows raised. What in the world happened? Bonnie huffs, still catching her breath. The elevator is out. Peggy's eyes widen. Earl glances toward the hallway like he's imagining the climb. Charles sits down like nothing happened. Henry sits down like nothing happened. Bonnie is still trying to get air back into her lungs. Dr. Blake watches all of this with a calm, slightly amused curiosity. "I'm not sure what's going on," he says gently, "but some of you look extremely exhausted. Is everything okay?" One of the late participants raises a hand, still breathing hard. The elevator's out. They're working on it now. Amethyst quietly steps forward, reaches into her bag, and hands a couple of bottles of water to the winded participants. They gladly accept them and thank her. Dr. Blake nods slowly, taking that in. He waits a moment, then looks around the room with a small, knowing smile. "Well, that's another reason we appreciate the building code inspector." A ripple of laughter moves through the room, tired, genuine, appreciative. And then the room settles again, ready for him to continue.
Dr. Blake lets the laughter from his last line fade, then steps a little closer to the inspector's row, like he's choosing to stand with them rather than apart from them. He looks at each of the four in turn. "All right," he says, voice warm but serious, "let's sit with what we just heard for a moment." The room quiets. You four just walked us through the kinds of things most people never see. Not because they're rare, but because they're hidden. Behind walls, under floors, in basements, in attics, in garages, in the places people don't think about until something goes wrong. He nods toward the first inspector. "You talked about walking into a house where a ceiling fan is hanging so low it's practically trying to take your head off. An extension cord running from a washing machine, across a basement, up the stairs, into a living room. That alone is enough to make most of us nervous." He lifts his hand slightly. "But then you layered in what you see when you go deeper. Temporary hydraulic bottle jacks holding up the main beam of a house for years. A load-bearing wall removed because someone wanted more space, and now the floor above is sagging. A massive header beam installed, but not actually resting on anything that can carry its load. A chunk of chimney being used as a support column because, well, it's brick." He lets that hang in the air. "You're not just looking at violations. You're looking at the quiet ways a house is being set up to fail. And you're the one who has to say, no. This is not safe. I know you're used to it. I know it hasn't collapsed yet. But this is not safe." He turns to the second inspector. "You walked us through the same theme from a different angle. People doing major structural work with no permits, no engineering, no understanding. Using car jacks as permanent supports. Cutting out the bones of a building and then being surprised when the body starts to sag." He looks at him with real respect. "You're not just enforcing rules. You're standing between a family and a future disaster they can't see yet. And they don't always thank you for that." He shifts his gaze to the third inspector. You talked about the fully finished basement with no permit. The house where you show up to test systems and there's no power, no water, nothing to actually test. The contractor closing up walls before inspection, trying to hide illegal wiring. The freshly painted room that looks clean until your trained eye sees what's underneath. Mold, covered over like it's a cosmetic issue instead of a health hazard. He nods slowly. You're dealing with people who are not just cutting corners. Some of them are actively trying to hide what they know is wrong. And you're the one who has to walk in, see through the paint, and say, no. We're not doing this. Then he turns to the fourth inspector. And you, in the kitchens. You're dealing with the heart of the home. You're seeing floor joists cut through so a pipe can fit better, leaving the floor above hanging on less than an inch of wood. Non-GFCI outlets right next to sinks, powered by old panels that are known fire risks. Exhaust fans venting straight into attics, feeding rot. Paper-faced insulation next to open flame. Flexible drain pipes that don't belong in a real system. Magic putty where there should be proper repairs. Gas lines connected to fixtures they should never touch. Kitchen islands missing required outlets. Cabinets hung so poorly they're one good slam away from coming down on someone's head. He exhales. You're walking into spaces where people cook, feed their children, celebrate holidays, and you're seeing all the ways those spaces could turn on them. He looks at all four again. So let's name what's really happening here. He holds up one finger. First, you are dealing with invisible danger. Most people in this room will never see a main beam held up by a bottle jack. They'll never see a header beam floating with no support. They'll never see the cut joist, the hidden mold, the illegal wiring behind the drywall, the gas line tied into something it should never touch. They'll never see it, because you saw it first. He holds up a second finger. Second, you are constantly running into the phrase, well, it's been fine so far. A few people laugh softly. That phrase is the anthem of denial. It hasn't collapsed yet. It hasn't shocked anyone yet. It hasn't burned yet. It hasn't flooded yet. We've been doing it this way for years. You're standing in front of people who are measuring safety by the fact that nothing terrible has happened yet. He lets his eyes travel across the room. And you have to be the one who says, that's not how safety works. That's not how physics works. That's not how fire works. That's not how mold works. That's not how gas works. He holds up a third finger. Third, you are often cast as the villain in someone else's story. He looks back at the inspectors. You walk in, you see the danger, you call it out, and suddenly you're the problem. You're the one making it hard. You're the one costing them money. You're the one holding up the project. You're the one failing them. When in reality, you're the one standing between them and a tragedy they would absolutely blame on fate if it happened. He softens his tone. That is a heavy emotional load to carry. To walk into people's homes and businesses and say, I know you're attached to this. I know you're proud of this. I know you're used to this. But this is not safe. And then to absorb their anger, their frustration, their accusations, while still holding the line. He glances toward the door, where the late arrivals came in. And then, on top of that, you live in a world where most people only think about you when something goes wrong. Or when something is inconvenient. Like an elevator being out. A few people smile. Most people don't wake up in the morning and say, I'm so grateful someone checked the structural integrity of this building. They just assume it's fine. They assume the stairs will hold. They assume the floor will hold. They assume the wiring won't catch fire. They assume the gas won't leak. They assume the ceiling won't come down. He looks back at the inspectors. They assume all of that because you exist. He lets that sit. You are the reason a lot of disasters never happen. And the hard part is, you rarely get to see the disaster you prevented. You don't get a news headline that says, "Family did not die in house fire today because inspector refused to pass illegal wiring." You don't get a story that says, "Ceiling did not collapse on children because inspector made them fix the cut joists." You don't get a segment that says, "No one was poisoned by mold because inspector refused to accept paint as a solution." He spreads his hands slightly. You just get the complaints. The eye rolls. The, "You're being too strict." The, "You're making this harder than it needs to be." The, "Can't you just pass me this time?" He looks at them with real empathy. That is emotional labor. That is moral labor. You are holding a line that other people want you to move. And you're doing it in a world that often doesn't understand what you're protecting them from. He turns slightly so the whole room is included. I want everyone here to notice something else, too. He gestures toward the inspectors. These stories are not about perfection. They're about responsibility. These inspectors are not walking around with a clipboard looking for reasons to say no. They're walking around with a trained eye, looking for the places where someone's shortcut could cost a life. He looks at the audience. And I want you to hear how many times they described people trying to hide things. Closing up walls before inspection. Painting over mold. Using materials that fit instead of materials that are safe. Using the wrong supports because they were cheaper or easier. That's not ignorance. That's avoidance. That's, "I know this isn't right, but I hope no one notices." He returns his gaze to the inspectors. You are the ones who notice. He takes a breath. So here's what I want to say to you, as a clinician who works with people after things go wrong. He speaks slowly now. When a building fails, when there's a fire, a collapse, a gas leak, a flood, a structural failure, people don't say, "I wish I had pushed my inspector harder to pass my shortcuts." They say, "I wish someone had stopped this." He lets that sink in. You are that someone. You are the "no" that prevents the tragedy. You are the uncomfortable conversation that keeps a family alive. You are the person who walks into a space and sees not just what it looks like today, but what it could become on the worst day. He nods toward them with respect. And I know that comes at a cost. It is tiring to be the one who always has to explain gravity. To explain fire. To explain electricity. To explain mold. To explain gas. To explain why "it hasn't failed yet" is not a safety plan. So if you've ever gone home and felt worn down by the arguments, the pushback, the accusations, if you've ever wondered, does any of this matter? Does anyone care? I want you to hear this clearly. Yes. It matters. And yes, we care. He glances around the room. Every person who walked into this building today and trusted that the floor would hold, that the stairs would hold, that the wiring wouldn't spark, that the gas wouldn't leak, that the elevator, when it's working, would carry them safely, they are living inside the quiet protection of people like you. He looks back at them. You are not just enforcing code. You are protecting lives. You are protecting children who don't know what a load-bearing wall is. You are protecting elders who don't know what a Federal Pacific panel is. You are protecting tenants who don't know what's behind the paint. You are protecting families who don't know that someone cut through the joists under their kitchen. He lets his hands fall to his sides. So today, in this room, I want to say something you probably don't hear enough. He looks each inspector in the eye. Thank you. The room is quiet. Thank you for being willing to be the no in a world that wants easy yes answers. Thank you for standing in basements and attics and garages and kitchens, looking at things most people never see, and choosing to care. Thank you for carrying the emotional weight of being blamed for the inconvenience while quietly preventing the catastrophe. He gives a small, genuine smile. And if anyone in here has ever rolled their eyes at a building code inspector, I hope you're rolling them a little less now. A few people laugh softly. He steps back just a little, opening the space again. All right, he says gently, let's take a moment. Let's breathe. And then we're going to keep going, because there are a lot of professions in this room whose stories deserve to be heard with the same seriousness. He nods once more to the inspectors. But for now, hold on to this. What you do matters, even when no one sees it. Especially when no one sees it. He lets the room sit in that truth before moving on. Tarquin steps forward. He looks at the 4 inspectors, then at the room, then back at the inspectors again, like he's trying to make sure everyone is seeing the same thing he's seeing. All right, he says quietly, let me tell you what this looks like from the community side. Because what y'all just described, that's not just construction problems. That's culture. That's habit. That's survival thinking. That's, we've always done it this way, thinking. He folds his hands in front of him. When you walk into a house and see a ceiling fan hanging too low, or an extension cord running from the basement to the living room, or a bottle jack holding up the main beam, that's not just a violation. That's a story. That's a family trying to make something work with what they have. That's somebody who grew up watching their uncle fix everything with whatever was lying around. That's somebody who learned early that calling a professional costs money they don't have. He glances at the audience. And in a lot of communities, especially working class ones, the rule is simple. If it hasn't fallen yet, it must be fine. If it hasn't shocked anybody yet, it must be fine. If the floor hasn't collapsed yet, it must be fine. If the mold is painted over and you can't see it, it must be fine. He shakes his head. That's not ignorance. That's normalization. That's what happens when people live around danger long enough that it stops looking like danger. He looks at the inspectors again. So when you show up and say, this isn't safe, you're not just challenging their construction choices. You're challenging their worldview. You're challenging the way their father did it, the way their neighbor did it, the way they've been doing it for 20 years. You're challenging the idea that making do is good enough. He pauses. And that's why some people get defensive. Not because they don't care about safety, but because you're telling them the thing they trusted, the thing they built, the thing they paid for, the thing they've been living with, is actually a threat. And that's hard to hear. He gestures toward the inspectors. You're walking into people's homes and saying, I know you're used to this, but you shouldn't be. And that hits deep. Because for a lot of folks, being used to something is the only measure they've ever had. He takes a breath. And here's the other thing. In the community, people don't see the danger you see. They see the inconvenience. They see the cost. They see the delay. They see the embarrassment of being told something they built is wrong. They don't see the fire that didn't happen. They don't see the collapse that didn't happen. They don't see the gas leak that didn't happen. He nods toward the inspectors. But you see it. You see the future version of the house that they can't imagine yet. You see the consequences they don't want to think about. You see the risk they've learned to ignore. And that's why your job feels thankless. Because you're protecting people from things they don't believe will ever happen. You're fighting battles they don't think exist. You're trying to convince people that the danger is real even when it's invisible. He looks around the room. And from the community side, that's a hard conversation. Because nobody wants to admit their home, their safe place, is actually unsafe. Nobody wants to admit they trusted the wrong contractor. Nobody wants to admit they cut a corner that could hurt somebody. He turns back to the inspectors. So when you get pushback, when you get attitude, when you get the, "You're making this harder than it needs to be," speech, understand this, they're not fighting you. They're fighting the fear of what it means if you're right. He lets that settle, and that's why what you do matters. Because you're not just enforcing rules. You're interrupting generational habits. You're challenging the idea that good enough is good enough. You're stepping into people's comfort zones and saying, "I know you're used to this, but you deserve better than this." He nods once, firmly. That's the community lens truth. You're not the enemy. You're the reality check. And sometimes the reality check is the only thing standing between a family and a disaster they never saw coming. He steps back, quiet, respectful, letting the weight of his words settle into the room.
Dr. Blake lets the room settle after Tarquin's community lens breakdown. The energy is quiet, thoughtful, grounded. He turns back to the 4 inspectors, his posture open, respectful. "All right, you've told us what you walk into. You've told us what you carry. You've told us what you see that most people never will." He pauses, the kind that gives the room space to breathe. Then he continues. "Now I want to ask you something important. Something practical. Something the rest of us in this room need to hear." He looks at each inspector in turn. What could people do, homeowners, tenants, contractors, landlords, families, to keep these situations from happening in the first place? What do you wish they understood? What do you wish they would stop doing? What do you wish they would start doing? He gestures gently toward them. This is your moment to tell the truth from your side of the line. What would make your job safer? What would make their homes safer? What would prevent the disasters you've been catching before they happen? He steps back just enough to give them the floor. "I want to hear from each of you." The room shifts, everyone leaning in, ready to listen. Inspector number 1, start by respecting the structure. "If I could tell people one thing, it's this: stop touching structural elements unless you know what you're doing. Don't cut joists. Don't remove walls. Don't notch beams. Don't drill through something because it's in the way. The structure is not optional. It's not decorative. It's not flexible. It's the skeleton of the house." He shakes his head. "And if you don't know whether something is load-bearing, ask. Call us. Call an engineer. Call someone who actually knows. Don't guess. Don't assume. Don't trust a YouTube video." He lifts a finger. "And for the love of safety, stop using temporary equipment as permanent support. Bottle jacks are not columns. Bricks are not posts. Chimney fragments are not load paths. If you need a support, install a real one." He sits back. "That alone would prevent half the disasters I see. Inspector number 2, stop hiding things. Let us see what we need to see." Inspector number 2 speaks next, voice steady. "My biggest ask: stop covering things up before inspection. Don't drywall over wiring. Don't paint over mold. Don't close up a ceiling before we've looked at the plumbing. Don't try to hide shortcuts." He looks around the room. "When you hide something, you're not saving time. You're delaying the inevitable. Because we will find it. And when we do, it's 10 times more expensive to fix." He gestures lightly. "And please, stop being afraid of us. We're not there to embarrass you. We're not there to shut you down. We're there to keep you safe. If something's wrong, let us help you fix it before it becomes a crisis." He nods once. Transparency would prevent a lot of heartache. Inspector number 3, use licensed professionals. Not whoever is cheapest. If you want to prevent 80% of the problems we see, hire licensed professionals. Not your cousin. Not your neighbor. Not the guy who does a little bit of everything. Not the cheapest bid. He lifts his eyebrows. Licensed contractors pull permits. They follow code. They know what materials to use. They know what they're allowed to cut and what they're not. They know when to call us. And if a contractor tells you, we don't need a permit, or, we don't need an inspection, or, we can do it faster if we skip that, that's your sign to run. He sits back. Good work doesn't fear oversight. Inspector number 4, stop improvising with fire, gas, water, and electricity. The kitchen inspector speaks last, voice calm but firm. If you want to keep your home safe, stop improvising with the systems that can kill you. Fire, gas, water, electricity, these are not do-it-yourself categories. He ticks them off on his fingers. Don't vent kitchen exhaust into the attic. Don't put paper-faced insulation next to a stove. Don't run non-GFCI outlets next to sinks. Don't patch leaks with magic putty. Don't connect gas lines to anything except what they're designed for. He looks around the room. And please, stop assuming the kitchen is harmless because it's familiar. The kitchen is the most dangerous room in the house when it's built wrong. He nods once. If people respected the systems the way they respect the appliances, we'd prevent a lot of emergencies. The 4 together, a unified message. The inspectors look at one another, then back at the room. Inspector number 1 speaks for all of them. If you want to keep these problems from happening, it comes down to this: respect the structure, respect the systems, respect the process, and respect the people trained to protect you. Inspector number 2 adds quietly. And don't wait until something breaks to care. Inspector number 3 nods. Do it right the first time. Inspector number 4 finishes. And if you don't know, ask. We'd rather answer a question than respond to a disaster. The room absorbs their words, heavy, practical, undeniable.
The public policy analyst has been quiet the entire time, not out of detachment but out of discipline. He's been taking notes steadily, page after page, listening not just to the stories but to the patterns underneath them. When the 4th inspector finishes and the room settles, the analyst finally lifts his head. He doesn't stand right away. He speaks from his seat first, voice calm, measured, but carrying weight. I want to start by saying something very simple, he says. What you 4 just described, none of it is random. None of it is isolated. None of it is a one-off. He closes his notebook gently. These are systemic failures. And when I say systemic, I don't mean big government, or red tape, or any of the things people like to blame. I mean the systems that shape how people build, how they renovate, how they maintain, how they learn, how they cut corners, and how they justify those corners. He looks at the inspectors directly. You're not just dealing with unsafe houses. You're dealing with gaps in education, gaps in enforcement, gaps in accountability, gaps in access to licensed professionals, gaps in consequences for unlicensed work, gaps in public understanding of what code even is. He gestures lightly with one hand. And when there are gaps, people fill them with whatever they have. Bottle jacks, magic putty, chimney fragments, YouTube tutorials, contractors who don't pull permits, homeowners who don't know what a load-bearing wall is, landlords who prioritize speed over safety. He pauses. That's not just a construction problem. That's a policy problem. The room shifts, people listening differently now. What you 4 described tells me exactly where the system is failing. Not because you're doing something wrong, but because you're being asked to hold the line alone. You're the last checkpoint in a chain that should have had 10 checkpoints before you ever walked in the door. He takes a slow breath. So here's what I'm hearing, and what I'll be taking back with me. He raises one finger. First, we need stronger public education about what code actually protects. People don't fear what they don't understand. And right now, most people don't understand the stakes. A second finger. Second, we need better access to licensed professionals. If the only affordable option is the guy who does a little bit of everything, people will keep choosing him. A third finger. Third, we need clearer, more enforceable consequences for unlicensed work and concealed violations. Not to punish people, but to prevent the disasters you're catching at the last minute. A fourth finger. Fourth, we need to support inspectors, not just regulate them. You shouldn't be the villain in the story. You should be the partner. And policy can help shift that. He lowers his hand. And finally, we need to stop treating building code as an inconvenience and start treating it as public safety. Because that's what it is. He looks at the inspectors with genuine respect. You all are doing the work of prevention. Quiet, invisible, uncelebrated prevention. And prevention is the hardest thing to legislate, because when it works, nothing happens. A small, knowing smile. But I see what you're preventing. And I'm going to make sure the people who write the rules see it too. He sits back down, pen already in hand. Please continue. I'm still listening.
Dr. Blake steps forward, giving the room a moment to settle. All right, he says, voice steady but warm, we're now going to hear from the carriers. He lets that land, because everyone in the room knows these are the people who walk into every kind of neighborhood, every kind of weather, every kind of situation, and still show up the next day. If you're a mail carrier or a parcel carrier, this is your space. Feel free to stand and share your story. Your frustrations, your biggest complaints, the things you wish people understood, every part of it matters here. He scans the room, not rushing anyone. You carry more than mail. You carry expectations, pressure, safety risks, and the emotional weight of hundreds of strangers' lives. Today, you don't have to carry that alone. He steps back just slightly, opening the floor. Whoever feels ready, you can begin. A mail carrier stands up slowly, not shy, just tired in the way people get tired when they've been carrying more than envelopes for years. He adjusts the strap on his satchel, the weight of it pulling slightly on his shoulder. He clears his throat. All right, let me tell you what my days look like. The room quiets. I start every morning sorting mail for hundreds of people. Bills, checks, medications, legal notices, packages, birthday cards, eviction warnings, jury summons, all mixed together. I'm the first one to touch a lot of news people don't want. He shifts his weight. Then I go out on my route. And that's where the real work starts. He holds up a hand. First thing, dogs. Everybody laughs about dogs chasing mail carriers, but it's not funny when you're the one standing there. I've had dogs break through screen doors. I've had them jump fences. I've had them come out of nowhere. And when I tell people their dog is aggressive, they say, "Oh, he's never done that before." A few people nod knowingly. Next, stairs and porches. You wouldn't believe how many porches are rotting, how many steps are loose, how many railings come off in your hand. I've stepped on boards that went straight through. I've slipped on ice because nobody shoveled. I've had to climb stairs that were leaning like they were trying to give up. He shakes his head. And then there's the weather. Heat that feels like it's cooking you from the inside. Rain that soaks through everything. Snow up to your knees. Wind that knocks packages out of your hands. And you still have to smile, because people expect you to. He pauses. But honestly, the hardest part isn't the weather or the dogs or the stairs. It's the people. He looks around the room. I get yelled at for things I didn't do. Packages delayed at a sorting facility 3 states away. My fault. Mail misrouted by a machine. My fault. Someone didn't get their check because the sender mailed it late. My fault. A package needs a signature and they weren't home. My fault. He lifts his eyebrows. I've had people cuss me out on their porch. I've had people throw mail back at me. I've had people accuse me of stealing things I never even touched. He takes a breath. And then there's the stuff I see that I can't unsee. The room leans in. I'm the one who notices when mail starts piling up. I'm the one who sees when someone hasn't picked up their prescriptions. I'm the one who sees the eviction notices. I'm the one who sees the foreclosure letters. I'm the one who sees the court summons. I'm the one who sees the final warnings. He looks down for a moment. I've been the first person to realize someone passed away. I've been the one to call for help when something didn't feel right. I've been the one to knock on a door because the mail hadn't moved in days. He lifts his head again. And I do all of that while carrying 40 pounds on my shoulder, walking miles every day, climbing stairs that aren't safe, dodging dogs, dealing with weather, and trying to stay polite to people who think I'm the reason their package is late. He gives a tired, honest smile. And at the end of the day, people still say, it's just mail. He shakes his head gently. It's never just mail. It's people's lives. And I'm the one carrying it. He sits down slowly, the room quiet around him. That's my story. And I'm tired.
A parcel carrier stands up. Uniform dusty, shoulders tight. The kind of posture that comes from lifting boxes all day, every day. He takes a slow breath before speaking. Most people think my job is just dropping off boxes, he says. But the truth is, the boxes are the easiest part. He adjusts his cap. The real problem is the pressure. The time pressure. The kind that doesn't make sense unless you've lived it. He looks around the room. Every morning, I'm handed a route that looks reasonable on paper. But the numbers are wrong. The data is old. The system thinks I can deliver 200 stops in the same amount of time it took to deliver 110 years ago. More packages, heavier packages, bigger distances, same deadlines. He shakes his head. So I'm running, literally running, to keep up. And when you rush like that, you get tired. You make mistakes. You get hurt. But the clock doesn't care. He shifts his weight. And then there's the safety stuff. People love to say, my dog doesn't bite. I hear that every day. But I've had small dogs come at my ankles like they're trying to take me out. I've had big dogs break through screen doors. I've had dogs waiting behind fences that don't latch. He lifts his eyebrows. And blocked walkways? Snow-covered steps? Boxes stacked in front of the door? If I can't safely reach your porch, I'm not delivering. Not because I don't want to. Because I'm not risking a broken leg for a package you ordered at 2 in the morning. He pauses. And here's something people don't understand. I'm not always your regular driver. Most days, I'm covering multiple routes. 6, 7, sometimes more. I don't know your house. I don't know your gate code. I don't know which door you prefer. I don't know that your house is the green one behind the chain link fence unless you tell me. He gives a tired smile. And when people say, you delivered to the wrong place, I want to say, I'm doing my best with an address that's missing the apartment number. He continues. And the delays, the tracking updates, the in-transit messages, that's logistics. That's weather. That's sorting facilities. That's trucks breaking down. That's the system, not me. He taps his chest lightly. But I'm the one who gets yelled at. He takes a breath. And then there's the packaging. People send 50-pound boxes packed like they're filled with feathers. No reinforcement. No bubble wrap. Tape peeling off. Boxes splitting open in my hands. And when something breaks, they blame me. He shakes his head again. And let me tell you something else. Those fragile stickers. They don't mean anything in a high-speed sorting facility. Boxes get tossed. They get dropped. They get slammed onto conveyor belts. If you want something to survive, pack it like it's going to war. He looks down for a moment. And then there's the weather. Heat that feels like it's cooking you inside the truck. Cold that freezes your hands to the metal. Rain that soaks through your uniform. And most of our trucks? No air conditioning. Old engines. No insulation. They weren't built for the amount of packages we're carrying now. He lifts his head again. And then there's the Sundays. The Amazon surge. The holiday surge. The 12-day stretches with no days off. The 14-hour shifts. The constant pressure to move faster, faster, faster. He exhales. And through all of that, people still say, it's just a package. He gives a small, tired smile. The kind that comes from being misunderstood for too long. It's not just a package. It's a job that's gotten harder every year. It's a system that demands more than any human can give. And we're still out there, doing everything we can to get your stuff to your door. He sits down slowly. That's my story, and I wish people knew.
Dr. Blake doesn't move right away. He looks at the two carriers, the one in postal blue, the one in parcel brown, like he's taking in the weight on both of their shoulders, not just the bags they're wearing. When he finally steps forward, his tone is quieter than before, but more focused. All right, he says, let's sit with what we just heard from the two of you. The room settles. You, he nods to the mail carrier, walk the same streets, the same blocks, the same porches, day after day. You are the one who sees the slow changes. The mail piling up. The prescriptions that stop being picked up. The eviction notices. The foreclosure letters. The jury summons. The final warnings. He turns to the parcel carrier. And you, he says, are the one who is dropped into those same streets under a stopwatch. Different routes, different neighborhoods, different houses, different gates, different codes, sometimes 6 or 7 different routes in a short span of time. You are expected to move through all of that like a machine that never gets tired, never gets confused, never gets lost. He looks at both of them. You are working in different systems, but you are carrying the same kind of weight. He lifts a hand slightly. Let's name the first piece, time pressure. He looks at the parcel carrier. You talked about being handed routes that are impossible. Not difficult, impossible. Routes built on outdated data, old assumptions, old volumes. The system still thinks you're delivering a world that no longer exists. Fewer packages, lighter loads, shorter distances. But that's not your reality. He turns to the mail carrier. And you, he says, talked about being out there for long stretches, walking miles, carrying heavy bags, sometimes delivering your own route after covering someone else's. You're not just on a schedule, you're on a schedule that doesn't account for ice, for dogs, for broken steps, for conversations with worried tenants, for welfare checks you weren't officially asked to do but did anyway because something felt wrong. He looks at the room. When a person is under constant time pressure, the body responds by shifting into survival mode. Heart rate up, muscles tense, breathing shallow. The brain starts scanning for shortcuts. You move faster, think faster, decide faster. That's useful in a crisis. It is not sustainable as a lifestyle. He turns back to them. You are being asked to live in crisis mode every day. He lets that sit. Second, he says, let's talk about safety hazards. He looks at both carriers. You both describe the same pattern, unsafe access. Blocked walkways, snow-covered steps, ice, loose boards. Rotting porches, railings that come off in your hand, dogs that don't bite until they do, gates that don't latch, screen doors that don't hold. He nods slowly. Those are not minor inconveniences. Those are environmental threats. And when your job requires you to walk into unpredictable environments all day, every day, your nervous system adapts by staying on alert. That's hypervigilance. That's the feeling of always being on, always braced, always ready for something to go wrong. He glances at the audience. Hypervigilance is exhausting. It wears down the body. It wears down the mind. It wears down the spirit. And it is not something you can just turn off when you clock out. He looks back at the mail carrier. You talked about being the one who notices when something is wrong at a house. When the mail doesn't move. When the pattern changes. When something feels off. That is a different kind of safety hazard. That is emotional hazard. You are the one who sometimes discovers that someone has died. You are the one who calls for help because no one else has noticed yet. He turns to the parcel carrier. And you talked about being the one who has to decide, in real time, whether it's safe to approach a door. Whether the dog is really restrained. Whether the ice is really manageable. Whether the steps will really hold. You were making risk assessments all day long, under time pressure, with your body on the line. He takes a breath. Third, cognitive overload. He looks at the parcel carrier. You described being a substitute on multiple routes. That means no routine, no mental map, no familiar landmarks. Every address is new. Every driveway is new. Every gate code is new. Every greenhouse with the chain link fence is new. You are constantly decoding unclear addresses, missing apartment numbers, vague delivery instructions, and confusing layouts. He nods. That is cognitive strain. Your brain is working overtime just to figure out where to go next. He turns to the mail carrier. You, on the other hand, know your route. You know your people. But that comes with a different kind of cognitive load. You remember who's sick, who's struggling, who's waiting on a check, who's waiting on medication, who's behind on rent, who's getting legal notices. You are carrying mental files on hundreds of lives, whether you want or not. He looks at both of them. Cognitive overload doesn't always look dramatic. It looks like forgetting small things. It looks like feeling foggy. It looks like going home and having nothing left for your own life. It looks like lying in bed and still mentally sorting addresses, porches, names, and risks. He pauses. Fourth, emotional labor and misplaced blame. He looks at the mail carrier. You talked about being yelled at for things you didn't do. Packages delayed at facilities you never stepped into. Checks mailed late by senders you've never met. People accusing you of stealing things you never touched. People throwing mail back at you. People using you as the face of a system you don't control. He turns to the parcel carrier. And you describe the same thing. Tracking updates that say, in transit, or, delayed, because of logistics, weather, sorting, mechanical issues, none of which you caused. But you're the one on the porch. You're the one at the door. You're the one they see. So you're the one they yell at. He looks at the room. When a person is repeatedly blamed for things they did not cause, it creates a deep sense of injustice. The brain registers that as a threat. Not just to safety, but to identity. I am doing my best, and I am still being treated like the problem. That is corrosive. It eats away at morale. It eats away at dignity. And yet, both of you are still out there. Still showing up. Still knocking on doors. He takes a breath. Fifth, physical strain and infrastructure that hasn't kept up. He looks at the parcel carrier. You talked about boxes that are too heavy, poorly packed, barely taped, splitting open in your hands. You talked about fragile stickers that mean nothing in high-speed sorting environments. You talked about trucks with no air conditioning, poor insulation, old designs, carrying loads they were never built to handle. He nods. That is not just uncomfortable. That is dangerous. Heat stress is real. Back injuries are real. Joint damage is real. Repetitive strain is real. And when you add time pressure on top of that, the risk multiplies. He turns to the mail carrier. You talked about carrying 40 pounds on your shoulder, walking miles, climbing stairs, navigating broken sidewalks, in every kind of weather. That is not a casual stroll. That is sustained physical labor. Day after day, year after year, he glances at the audience. Bodies have limits. When work is designed as if those limits don't exist, the body pays the price. He looks back at both carriers. And then there is the schedule. He speaks more firmly now. You both described long stretches with no real rest. 12 days in a row. 14-hour shifts. Covering someone else's route before starting your own. Sundays that used to be days of rest now turned into high-volume delivery days. Holidays that are supposed to be about family turned into peak stress seasons. He shakes his head slightly. That is not a schedule. That is a depletion cycle. It drains you physically, emotionally, mentally. And then it asks you to come back and do it again. He lets the silence stretch for a moment. So let me say this clearly, to both of you. He looks at them directly. You are not failing. The systems around you are failing you. He lets that land. You are being asked to carry the weight of a culture that wants everything fast, cheap, and convenient, without wanting to look at the human cost. You are being asked to absorb the frustration of people who do not understand how many steps, how many hands, how many miles are involved in getting something from a warehouse to a doorstep or a letter from one city to another. He softens his voice. And on top of that, you are being asked to carry things no one sees on a tracking page. He looks at the mail carrier. You are carrying the knowledge that someone hasn't picked up their medication. That someone's mail hasn't moved. That someone is getting eviction notices. That someone is getting legal threats. You are carrying the memory of the door you knocked on and the silence that answered. He turns to the parcel carrier. You are carrying the memory of the porch you couldn't safely reach. The dog that came at you. The ice you slipped on. The box that broke in your hands. The customer who shouted at you for a delay you didn't cause. He looks at both of them. You are not just delivering objects. You are moving through people's lives at close range, under pressure, with very little protection, and even less recognition. He takes a slow breath. So here is what I want you to hear, from a clinician who works with people after systems like this wear them down. He speaks slowly now. Chronic time pressure, constant environmental risk, cognitive overload, emotional labor, misplaced blame, physical strain, inadequate infrastructure, depletion schedules. Those are not just job stressors. Those are risk factors for anxiety, depression, burnout, physical injury, and long-term health problems. He looks around the room, then back at them. And yet, you are still here. Still standing. Still telling the truth. He nods with real respect. You are not just delivering mail. You are not just delivering packages. You are delivering the modern world. You are holding together systems that would collapse without you. And you are doing it under conditions that most people in this room have never had to imagine. He lets his hands fall to his sides. So today, in this room, I want to say something you probably don't hear enough. He looks each of them in the eye. Thank you. The room is quiet. Thank you for walking the routes no one thinks about. Thank you for climbing the stairs no one maintains. Thank you for facing the dogs no one trains. Thank you for carrying the letters no one wants to receive. Thank you for delivering the packages everyone expects to be there, on time, without ever thinking about what that costs you. He gives a small, genuine smile. And if anyone in here has ever yelled at a carrier, mail or parcel, I hope you're thinking differently now. A few people exhale, some with quiet, uncomfortable recognition. He steps back just a little, opening the space again. All right, he says gently, let's take a breath. Let's let this land. Because what they just shared is not just about their jobs. It's about what we, as a society, expect from the people we depend on. He nods once more to both carriers. What you do matters. Not because it's convenient for us, but because it costs you something. And that cost deserves to be seen. He lets the room sit in that truth before moving on.
Tarquin steps forward with the same calm, grounded presence he always brings when the room is carrying something heavy. He looks at both carriers, the mail carrier and the parcel carrier, with a steady, respectful gaze. He begins in a low, even voice. Let me translate what Dr. Blake just laid out into the way the community actually experiences it. Not the clinical language, not the logistical language, the lived reality. He folds his hands in front of him. Both of you described something that people rarely acknowledge. The modern world depends on your labor, but it does not protect you. It does not slow down for you. It does not consider your limits. It simply expects you to keep moving. He nods once. Let me break this down clearly. 1. The pace you are forced to work at is not normal. Tarquin looks at the parcel carrier first. You are being handed routes that were designed for a different era. The expectations placed on you are not based on human capacity. They are based on outdated numbers and unrealistic assumptions. You are being asked to complete workloads that no one could reasonably finish without sacrificing safety, health, or dignity. He turns to the mail carrier. And you are walking miles every day, carrying heavy loads, often covering someone else's route before you even begin your own. That is not a schedule, that is strain layered on top of strain. He pauses. When a person is forced to move at that speed for that long, the body and mind pay a price. 2. Every day you face unpredictable danger. Tarquin's tone stays steady. Both of you describe the same pattern. Unsafe steps, unstable porches, ice, snow, loose boards, aggressive dogs, blocked access. These are not minor inconveniences. These are hazards that can injure a person instantly. He looks at the room. And the public often treats these hazards as if they are harmless, or as if the carrier should simply work around them. That expectation is unfair and unsafe. 3. Your minds are carrying more than anyone realizes. He gestures gently toward the mail carrier. You know the rhythms of the households on your route. You notice when something is wrong. You notice when someone has not picked up medication. You notice when mail piles up. You notice when a home feels different. That is emotional weight, even if you do not speak it aloud. Then he turns to the parcel carrier. And you are navigating unfamiliar environments constantly. New addresses, missing apartment numbers, confusing instructions, gate codes that do not work, houses that are difficult to locate. That level of constant problem solving is mentally exhausting. He nods. Cognitive overload is real, and both of you are living inside it. 4. You are blamed for problems you did not create. Tarquin's voice deepens slightly. You are held responsible for delays caused by weather, logistics, sorting facilities, mechanical failures, incorrect addresses, and sender errors. You are the face the public sees, so you absorb frustration that does not belong to you. He lets that settle. That kind of misplaced blame erodes morale. It erodes trust. It erodes a person's sense of worth. 5. Your bodies are carrying the physical cost. He looks at the parcel carrier. You described boxes that are too heavy, poorly packed, barely taped, and dangerous to lift. You described trucks with no air conditioning, poor insulation, and outdated designs that do not match the volume of modern deliveries. He turns to the mail carrier. And you described miles of walking, stairs that are unsafe, sidewalks that are broken, and weather conditions that would send most people back indoors. He nods slowly. These are not small burdens. These are long-term physical risks. 6. Your schedules are not humane. Tarquin's tone stays professional, but there is a quiet intensity beneath it. 12-day stretches without rest. 14-hour shifts. Sundays that used to be days of recovery now turned into high-volume delivery days. Covering multiple routes before beginning your own. He shakes his head once. That is not sustainable. That is depletion. 7. You witness the truth of how people live. He looks at both carriers with deep respect. You see the inside of communities in a way most people never will. You see the struggles, the neglect, the loneliness, the instability, the small signs that something is wrong. You carry that knowledge with you, even when you cannot intervene. He pauses. That is emotional labor, and it is invisible to the public. 8. The community depends on you more than it understands. Tarquin steps slightly closer, his voice steady and clear. You are not simply delivering objects. You are delivering medication, legal documents, paychecks, essential goods, and sometimes the only human contact a person receives that day. He looks at the room. And yet, the systems around you treat you as if you are replaceable. As if your limits do not matter. As if your safety is optional. He turns back to the carriers. You are not the problem. The systems you work inside are the problem. You are not failing. You are being failed. 9. Your endurance is not ordinary. The fact that you continue to show up, in the heat, in the cold, in the rain, in the dark, under pressure, under scrutiny, under unrealistic expectations, speaks to a level of resilience that deserves recognition. He nods once, firmly. You are holding together parts of society that most people never think about. And you are doing it with professionalism, discipline, and strength. 10. The community needs to understand the human cost. He looks at the audience, then back at the carriers. You deserve safety. You deserve respect. You deserve realistic expectations. You deserve rest. You deserve to be treated as human beings, not delivery machines. He steps back, his voice still calm but carrying weight. That is the truth from the community's side. And it needs to be heard.
Dr. Blake steps forward again, but this time he doesn't launch into analysis. He looks at the mail carrier and the parcel carrier the way a clinician looks at people who have carried far too much for far too long. His voice is steady, low, and respectful. I want to pause here, he says, because both of you have described systems that place enormous pressure on you, physically, mentally, emotionally. He folds his hands in front of him. And I want to make something very clear. The public is not powerless in this. There are things ordinary people can do that would make your work safer, more humane, and more sustainable. He looks at the mail carrier first, then the parcel carrier. So I want to ask both of you directly, not as workers inside a system, but as the experts of your own lived experience. He takes a breath. What could the public do to prevent these issues? What would actually help you? What would make your day safer? What would make your workload more manageable? What would reduce the stress, the danger, the exhaustion? He steps slightly back, giving them space. I'm not asking for what would be nice. I'm asking for what would make a real difference. The practical things. The things people don't think about. The things you wish they understood. He nods once, inviting them forward. Tell us, what do you need from the people you serve every day? He gestures gently toward both carriers. The floor is yours.
The two carriers exchange a look, not rehearsed, not planned. Just the quiet recognition of two people who understand each other's exhaustion. Then the mail carrier speaks first, and the parcel carrier joins him naturally, their voices weaving into one unified truth. The mail carrier begins. If the public wants to help prevent these issues, the first thing they can do is make their homes safe to approach. Clear the steps, clear the ice, clear the snow, move the boxes away from the door, fix the loose boards, secure the dogs. We're not asking for perfection, just basic safety. We walk into dozens, sometimes hundreds, of environments a day. A small change on your end prevents a major injury on ours. The parcel carrier nods and continues. And the second thing is accuracy. Clear addresses, apartment numbers, gate codes, delivery instructions that actually help. We lose so much time trying to figure out where something goes because the information is incomplete or unclear. When people take a moment to make sure their address is correct, it saves us time, energy, and stress. The mail carrier adds. Another thing the public can do is empty their mailboxes regularly. When mail piles up, we have to mark the address as vacant. That's not punishment, that's protection. But it creates confusion and delays that could be avoided if people check their mail consistently. The parcel carrier picks up the thread. And when it comes to packages, pack them properly. Use strong boxes. Use real tape. Use bubble wrap. Don't send a 50-pound box in a container meant for sweaters. And understand that fragile stickers don't survive high-speed sorting. If you want something to arrive safely, pack it like it's going to be dropped, because it might be. Another thing that would help is patience. Most delays aren't caused by us. They're caused by weather, logistics, sorting facilities, mechanical issues, or sender errors. We're the last step in a long chain. We're the face you see, but we're not the cause of most problems. The parcel carrier nods, and respect goes a long way. A simple greeting, a moment of understanding, not assuming we're careless or lazy because something arrived later than expected. We're working long hours, often without breaks, in extreme weather, under pressure most people never see. The mail carrier adds. And if someone has a dog, securing it is one of the biggest things they can do. Even friendly dogs can be unpredictable when a stranger approaches the door. We don't want to skip deliveries, but we will if it's unsafe. The parcel carrier finishes the thought. And finally, understand that we're human. We get tired. We get overwhelmed. We make mistakes. We're doing our best inside systems that don't always support us. A little empathy changes the entire interaction. If the public wants to help, they can start by seeing us, really seeing us, and making small changes that protect our safety, our time, and our humanity. The public policy analyst has been quiet through all of this, not out of detachment, but out of discipline. He has been writing steadily, page after page, capturing not just what the carriers said, but the structure underneath it. When both carriers finish, he closes his notebook with deliberate care. He doesn't stand right away. He speaks from his seat first, voice calm, measured, and carrying the weight of someone who sees the entire system at once. I want to start by acknowledging something very important, he says. What both of you described is not a coincidence. It is not a matter of individual behavior. It is not a matter of bad days or busy seasons. These are systemic patterns. Now he stands, not dramatically, but with purpose. And when I say systemic, I mean this. The conditions you are working under are the predictable outcome of how our delivery infrastructure is designed, funded, regulated, and understood by the public. He looks at the mail carrier first. You are operating inside a system that was built for a different era. An era with less volume, fewer packages, slower expectations, and more predictable routes. The public still thinks you are delivering letters. They do not understand that you are delivering medication, legal documents, financial notices, and welfare indicators. They do not understand that you are often the first person to notice when something is wrong in a household. Then he turns to the parcel carrier. And you are operating inside a system that has expanded faster than the policies governing it. The volume has increased. The expectations have increased. The pressure has increased. But the safety standards, the vehicle designs, the staffing models, and the public's understanding have not kept pace. What both of you described tells me that the public is interacting with you as if you are the final step in a simple process. But you are actually the final step in a very complex one. And when the public does not understand the complexity, they misplace responsibility. They misplace frustration. They misplace blame. He takes a slow breath. So let me tell you what I'm hearing, and what I will be taking back with me. He raises one finger. First, we need public education campaigns that explain what carriers actually do. Not the romanticized version, the real version, the safety risks, the workload, the logistics, the human cost. People cannot change their behavior if they do not understand the stakes. A second finger. Second, we need clearer, enforceable standards for safe delivery access. That means municipal guidelines for snow removal, walkway maintenance, and dog restraint. Not suggestions, standards, because safety cannot depend on whether a homeowner happens to be thoughtful. A third finger. Third, we need updated route design models. The data being used to assign workloads is outdated. It does not reflect modern package volume, modern distances, or modern expectations. Policy can mandate updated metrics and realistic timeframes. A fourth finger. Fourth, we need stronger regulations around packaging, weight limits, reinforcement requirements, clear labeling standards. The burden of safe packaging should not fall on the carrier's spine. A fifth finger. Fifth, we need accountability for address accuracy. That means clearer requirements for apartment numbering, gate codes, and delivery instructions, especially in multi-unit housing. Carriers should not lose time or safety navigating unclear information. He lowers his hand. And finally, we need to shift the public narrative. Carriers are not conveniences. They are not background noise. They are not the face of delays they did not cause. They are essential workers in a system that the public depends on every single day. He looks at both carriers with genuine respect. You are doing the work of connection. You are the bridge between people and the resources they need. And you are doing it under conditions that would break most people. I see the patterns. I see the gaps. And I will make sure the people who write the rules see them too. He sits back down, pen already in hand. Please continue. I'm still listening.
A security guard pauses at the classroom window during a routine check. Rich catches the movement instantly with his eyes alone, his head never shifting. He's still carrying the aftershocks of his parole officer's unexpected visit earlier in the day. The guard scans the room, hand resting near his radio, gives the space a quick, practiced sweep, finds nothing concerning, and then moves on down the hall. Inside the classroom, Rocky sits beside his wife. He's calm, steady, the kind of man who has lived enough life to know when to speak and when to wait. When Dr. Blake nods toward him, Rocky stands. "My name is Rocky," he begins. "I'm a custodian, and I'm proud of it." He lets that settle. "When I got out of prison, I couldn't get the kind of jobs I used to have. Not with a felony on my record. I had to start over. And custodial work was the only door that opened. So I took it, and I learned it, and I got good at it. Really good. Good enough that now I've got contracts with businesses, schools, offices, you name it. I'm not on parole anymore. I'm not restricted. I can work as much as I want. And I do. But being a custodian, it teaches you things about people. Things you don't see unless you're the one cleaning up after them." He takes a breath. "So I want to tell you what custodians wish the public understood. 1. We're not your personal maid service." Rocky's voice stays calm, but there's weight behind it. "One of the biggest problems we deal with is people who don't pick up after themselves. Food left on desks. Trash left on floors. Spills left for someone else. People walk away from messes they made because they assume the custodian will get it. That's not respect, that's entitlement. 2. Bathrooms are the hardest part, and the most disrespected. He doesn't raise his voice, but the room feels the shift. I need people to understand something. The way some restrooms are left is not an accident. It's disrespect. Urine on the floor, feces on the seat, paper towels everywhere, toilets clogged with things that should never be flushed. He pauses, and then people complain if it's not spotless 5 minutes later. 3. Closed areas are closed for a reason. Rocky continues. When we put up a sign that says, closed for cleaning, that's not a suggestion. That means chemicals are down. Floors are wet, equipment is out, but people ignore the signs. They walk right through. They stay late in classrooms or gyms and expect us to work around them. He lifts his eyebrows. That sets us back, and it's unsafe. 4. Communication is almost non-existent. He gestures lightly with one hand. People don't tell us when something big happens. A spill, a broken fixture, a leak, a classroom event with food, a gym full of confetti. They just leave it, and then they expect it to be fixed instantly. We're good at our jobs, but we're not mind readers. 5. The "not my job" mentality hurts everyone. Rocky's tone stays even. When people say, someone else will clean it, that someone is us. And that attitude creates more work than you can imagine. Trash left beside the bin instead of inside it. Food ground into carpet. Sticky spills left to harden. He pauses. A little responsibility goes a long way. 6. We deal with real hazards, not just messes. He looks around the room. People think custodians just sweep and mop. They don't see the chemicals we handle. The biohazards. The broken glass. The needles. The mold. The pests. The heavy lifting. The equipment that can injure you if you're not trained. He nods once. This job is dangerous, and most people don't know that. 7. We see things no one else sees. We see the aftermath of people's worst days, and their worst behavior. We see the notes students leave behind, the things employees hide, the signs of stress, neglect, loneliness, or trouble. He pauses, and we carry that quietly, because that's part of the job too. 8. What we wish the public would do. Rocky lifts his chin slightly. If you want to help custodians, here's what you can do. Clean up after yourself. Throw your trash away. Don't leave food in places that are hard to clean. Respect closed areas. Report spills or damage immediately. Treat restrooms like someone else has to clean them, because someone does. Understand that sanitizing takes time. And remember that we're human beings, not machines. He lets the silence settle. 9. The truth behind the work. Rocky finishes with a quiet strength. I'm not ashamed of my past. And I'm not ashamed of my job. Custodial work gave me my life back. It gave me dignity. It gave me a way to provide for my family. But it's hard work. It's real work. And it deserves respect. We keep your buildings safe. We keep them healthy. We keep them running. And most of the time, you never even see us. Now I want to tell you what I wish the public would start doing. Not someday. Not eventually. Right now. 1. Clean up after yourself, even the small things. I'm not asking people to do my job for me, he says. But I am asking people to stop treating public spaces like someone else's problem. He shakes his head gently. If you drop food, pick it up. If you spill something, tell somebody. If you finish eating, throw your trash away. Don't leave it for the next person. Don't leave it for me. He pauses. Respect starts with the little things. 2. Stop misusing bathrooms. Bathrooms are where we see the worst behavior. People leave things on the floor, on the seats, on the walls. They walk out like it's normal. It's not normal, and it's not respectful. If you wouldn't leave your own bathroom like that, don't leave a public one like that. 3. Respect closed areas and cleaning signs. When we put a sign up that says the area is closed for cleaning, it's not optional. It's not a suggestion, it's for your safety and mine. He continues. When people ignore those signs, it slows us down. It puts us behind. It makes the job harder. And sometimes it puts us in unsafe situations. 4. Tell us when something is broken or dangerous. If you see a leak, tell us. If you see broken glass, tell us. If you see something unsafe, tell us. We're not going to get mad. We just need to know so we can fix it before someone gets hurt. 5. Stop assuming custodians are unskilled or uneducated. Some people talk to us like we're less than. Like we didn't have other careers. Like we don't have families. Like we don't have intelligence. Custodial work is skilled work. It takes knowledge, training, and physical strength. It takes problem solving. It takes responsibility. It takes pride. 6. Remember that we are part of the safety team. We're the ones who see things first. We're the ones who notice when something is off. We're the ones who catch hazards before they become accidents. He pauses. We're not just cleaning. We're protecting the building and the people in it. 7. Say thank you, and mean it. A simple thank you goes a long way. Not because we need praise, but because it reminds us that people see us. That we're not invisible. He nods once. That's all most custodians want. To be seen. 8. Teach your children respect for shared spaces. Rocky finishes with something he's carried for years. If you want to change how custodians are treated, start with your kids. Teach them to pick up after themselves. Teach them not to trash bathrooms. Teach them that someone has to clean what they leave behind. He pauses. That's how you change the future. I'm proud of the work I do. I rebuilt my life with this job. But I shouldn't have to fight disrespect every day to do it. He nods once, firmly. All I'm asking is for people to treat custodians the way they want their own family to be treated. Rocky sits down. The room is quiet, the kind of quiet that means they heard him.
Dr. Blake doesn't speak right away. He looks at Rocky the way a clinician looks at someone who has lived through multiple systems: the criminal legal system, the labor system, the public's assumptions, and survived all of them with dignity and tact. When he finally steps forward, his voice is steady, grounded, and deliberate. Rocky, he begins, what you just shared is not simply a description of custodial work. It is a window into how society treats the people who hold it together. He lets that settle. You said something important. Custodial work gave you your life back. And that is true. But I want to name something equally true. Custodial work also exposes you to the parts of society that most people never have to confront. He folds his hands behind his back. Let's start with the first pattern you described, the assumption that custodians exist to clean up after irresponsibility. He looks around the room. That is not a cleaning issue. That is a cultural issue. When people leave messes behind because someone else will handle it, they are not just creating work. They are expressing a belief that their time matters more than yours. That their comfort matters more than your safety. That their convenience outweighs your humanity. He turns back to Rocky. That is not a custodial problem. That is a hierarchy problem. He continues. Then there is the bathroom issue. You described conditions that are not accidents. They are acts of disregard. When restrooms are left in the state you described, it is not because people lack the ability to aim or flush or dispose of waste properly. It is because they believe the consequences of their behavior will fall on someone else. He pauses. And they are right, those consequences fall on you. His voice deepens. That is not a sanitation issue. That is a respect issue. He shifts slightly. You also talked about people ignoring closed areas. That is a boundary violation. When a custodian places a sign that says, "Closed for cleaning," that is not a suggestion. That is a safety protocol. Wet floors, chemicals, equipment, these are hazards. When people walk through anyway, they are not just being impatient. They are signaling that your work is secondary to their convenience. He nods once. That is not a scheduling issue. That is a power issue. He continues. You mentioned the lack of communication, spills, events, broken fixtures, leaks. The expectation that you will simply appear and fix everything instantly. That is emotional labor. You are absorbing the fallout of other people's silence, disorganization, and avoidance. He looks at Rocky with steady empathy. And you do it without complaint, because that is the culture of custodial work. Invisible labor, invisible expectations, invisible gratitude. He takes a breath. Then there is the, "not my job," mentality. That phrase is one of the clearest indicators of social stratification. It means, I will not take responsibility because someone lower on the hierarchy will handle it. He shakes his head. That is not a custodial failure. That is a societal failure. You also talked about hazards, chemicals, biohazards, broken glass, needles, mold, pests, heavy lifting. These are not minor risks. These are occupational dangers. And yet, custodians are rarely given the protective equipment, training, or recognition that other hazardous professions receive. He pauses. That is not a workplace oversight. That is systemic neglect. He continues. And then there is the emotional weight. You see things no one else sees. The aftermath of stress, loneliness, crisis, neglect. You see the signs of people struggling long before anyone else notices. You see the truth of how people live when they think no one is watching. He softens his voice. That is not just cleaning. That is witnessing. He lets the silence stretch. Rocky, you said custodial work gave you your life back. And I believe that. But I also want to say this clearly. You gave custodial work dignity. You brought discipline, skill, pride, and integrity into a profession that is often dismissed. He looks at Rocky with genuine respect. You are not simply cleaning buildings. You are restoring order. You are protecting health. You are preventing disease. You are maintaining environments that allow other people to work, learn, heal, and live. He nods once. And you are doing it while carrying the weight of a past that could have broken you, but didn't. He steps back slightly, giving Rocky the full space of the moment. So let me say this plainly, as a clinician who studies systems and the people inside them, custodians are essential workers in the truest sense of the word. Without you, every building becomes unsafe within hours. Without you, every system collapses from the inside out. He looks at the room. And the public needs to understand that custodians are not the bottom of the hierarchy. They are the foundation. He turns back to Rocky. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your honesty. And thank you for showing this room what dignity looks like when it is earned, not given. He steps back, letting the weight of his words settle over the room.
Tarquin steps forward slowly, the way he always does when the room is carrying something heavy. He looks at Rocky with the kind of respect reserved for someone who rebuilt his life brick by brick. His voice is calm. Let me translate what Rocky just shared into the language of the community, he begins. Not the technical version, not the polite version. The real version, the version people understand when they're finally ready to hear the truth. Rocky didn't just talk about cleaning buildings. He talked about cleaning up after society. And that is a very different thing. He lets that settle. 1. Custodians deal with the consequences of other people's choices. Tarquin's tone stays steady. When people leave trash on desks, Food on floors, spills on carpet, or messes in restrooms, they're not just being careless. They're assuming someone else will handle it. They're assuming the custodian's time is less valuable than theirs. He glances at the room. That's not a cleaning issue. That's a respect issue. 2. The way restrooms are left says more about the public than about custodians. He continues. When Rocky described what he finds in restrooms, that wasn't exaggeration. That was honesty. And the truth is, no restroom becomes that way by accident. It becomes that way because people believe the consequences of their behavior will fall on someone else. He pauses. And they're right, those consequences fall on custodians. 3. When a custodian closes an area, it's for safety, not convenience. Tarquin's voice stays firm. People walking through wet floors, ignoring signs, staying in rooms that need to be sanitized, that's not harmless. That puts custodians behind schedule and puts them at risk. It also compromises the quality of the cleaning they're being held responsible for. He nods once. Closed means closed, not optional. 4. Custodians cannot fix what they don't know about. He gestures lightly. When people don't report spills, leaks, broken fixtures, or event messes, they're not avoiding responsibility, they're shifting it. They're creating emergencies that custodians are expected to solve instantly. He shakes his head. That's not fair. And it's not sustainable. 5. Someone else will clean it, is one of the most damaging attitudes in any building. Tarquin's tone deepens. That mindset creates more work, more hazards, and more disrespect than any other factor. It turns small messes into big ones. It turns preventable problems into crises. It turns custodians into invisible labor instead of valued professionals. 6. Custodians face real hazards the public never sees. He looks at Rocky with quiet respect. Chemicals, biohazards, broken glass, needles, mold, heavy lifting, equipment that can injure you if you're not trained. These are not minor risks. These are occupational dangers. And custodians face them every day, often without recognition or adequate protection. 7. Custodians witness the truth of how people live. Tarquin softens his voice. Rocky sees things most people never think about. The aftermath of stress. The signs of loneliness. The evidence of people struggling. The things people hide. The things people leave behind. Custodians see the emotional footprint of a building. He pauses. And they carry that quietly. 8. Rocky's story is not just about work, it's about rebuilding a life. Tarquin looks directly at Rocky now. You took a job that society undervalues and turned it into a profession. You built a reputation. You built a business. You built stability. You built trust. You built dignity. And you did it in a world that often refuses to give second chances. He nods once, firmly. That matters. 9. What the community needs to understand. Tarquin turns back to the room. Custodians are not the bottom of the hierarchy. They are the foundation. They keep buildings safe. They keep them healthy. They keep them functional. They prevent illness. They prevent accidents. They restore order after chaos. He lets the silence stretch. And most of the time, they do it without being seen. 10. The truth, in plain community language. Tarquin finishes with quiet authority. If people want to support custodians, they need to take responsibility for their own spaces. They need to respect closed areas. They need to report problems. They need to treat restrooms like someone else has to clean them, because someone does. They need to understand that custodians are not there to absorb disrespect. They are there to keep everyone safe. He steps back, voice steady. Rocky didn't just speak for custodians. He spoke for every worker the public depends on but rarely acknowledges. And it's time people started seeing custodians for what they truly are, essential.
The public policy analyst has been writing steadily throughout Rocky's testimony, not small notes, but full lines, full paragraphs, full observations. When Rocky finishes, the analyst closes his notebook with a quiet, deliberate motion. He stands slowly, not to command attention, but because the weight of what he's about to say requires it. His voice is calm, measured, and precise. Rocky, he begins, what you described is not simply the experience of one custodian. It is the predictable outcome of how custodial labor is structured, funded, and socially understood in this country. He looks around the room, then back at Rocky. I want to highlight several systemic patterns your story reveals, patterns that have been ignored for far too long. 1. Custodial work is essential infrastructure, but it is treated as expendable labor. He speaks plainly. Every building, schools, offices, hospitals, apartments, government facilities, depends on custodians for sanitation, safety, and public health. Yet the policies governing these environments treat custodial work as an afterthought. He taps his notebook lightly. That disconnect is not accidental. It is structural. 2. The public's behavior is shaped by the absence of accountability standards. He continues. When people leave restrooms in the condition you described, or walk away from spills, or ignore closed for cleaning signs, they are responding to a system that has never required them to behave differently. He lifts his eyes to the room. Where there are no expectations, there is no responsibility. And custodians pay the price. 3. Custodians are absorbing the consequences of poor communication systems. He gestures slightly with one hand. You mentioned that people rarely report spills, leaks, broken fixtures, or event messes. That is not just inconsiderate behavior, it is a failure of communication infrastructure. He explains. Most buildings lack clear reporting channels. No standardized forms, no signage, no digital systems, no accountability, so custodians are left to discover problems reactively, often when they have already escalated. He nods once. That is a policy gap. 4. The hazards you described are occupational risks without occupational protections. His tone sharpens slightly. Chemical exposure, biohazards, broken glass, needles, mold, heavy lifting. These are not minor inconveniences. These are workplace hazards that, in any other field, would trigger mandatory training, protective equipment, and regulatory oversight. He pauses. But custodial work is often excluded from the safety frameworks applied to other hazardous professions. He lets that land. That is a regulatory failure. 5. The disrespect custodians face is reinforced by institutional design. He continues. When custodial staff are scheduled to clean during off hours, placed in back hallways, given separate entrances, or excluded from staff meetings, the institution is signaling, intentionally or not, that custodians are peripheral. He looks at Rocky. That invisibility shapes public behavior. People treat custodians as invisible because the system does. 6. Custodians carry emotional labor that is not recognized in any policy framework. His voice softens, but stays precise. You see the aftermath of stress, crisis, neglect, and human vulnerability. You witness the emotional footprint of a building. You absorb the evidence of people's worst days. He shakes his head slightly. There is no policy language for that. No training, no support, no acknowledgement. He looks directly at Rocky. That is a blind spot in every institution. 7. Your personal story exposes a broader structural truth. He speaks with quiet conviction. You rebuilt your life through custodial work. You mastered a trade. You built a business. You created stability. But the fact that custodial work is one of the few fields open to people with felony records is not a coincidence. He pauses. It is a reflection of how society restricts opportunity while depending on the labor of those it marginalizes. He nods once. That is a systemic contradiction. 8. What needs to change? At the policy level. He raises one finger. First, institutions need standardized reporting systems for spills, damage, and sanitation needs. A second finger. Second, enforceable guidelines for restroom etiquette, food restrictions, and shared space responsibility. A third, mandatory safety training and protective equipment for custodial staff, equal to other hazardous professions. A fourth, public education campaigns that redefine custodial work as essential infrastructure, not background labor. A fifth, and finally, hiring policies that recognize custodial work as a skilled profession, not a fallback option. He lowers his hand. 9. The truth Rocky revealed. He looks at Rocky with genuine respect. You are not simply cleaning buildings. You are maintaining public health. You are preventing disease. You are stabilizing environments. You are restoring order after chaos. You are performing work that is foundational to every other profession represented in this room. He closes his notebook. And the fact that society has not built policies that reflect that reality is not your failure. It is ours. He sits down slowly, pen already in hand. I'm still listening.
Amethyst steps forward with that calm, steady presence she uses when the room is full of emotion and everyone needs to come back into their bodies before they move again. She waits until the last whisper settles, then speaks in a warm, grounded tone. Before we break, she says, I want to bring everyone back into themselves. We've heard a lot today. We've held a lot, so let's take a moment to reset. She moves to the center of the room, her voice soft but clear. Place both feet flat on the floor, she says. Let the chair hold your weight. You don't have to hold yourself up right now. She gives the room a moment. Take a slow breath in through your nose, and let it out through your mouth. Nothing forced, just a release. Another pause. Notice the temperature of the air on your skin. Notice the weight of your hands. Notice the way your body settles when you give it permission. She walks slowly between the rows, not touching anyone, but anchoring the space with her presence. If your shoulders are tight, let them drop. If your jaw is clenched, soften it. If your breath is shallow, let it deepen on its own. The room begins to quiet in a different way, not silence, but regulation. Now bring your attention to the points of contact. Your feet on the floor, your back against the chair, your hands resting where they naturally fall. Let those points remind you that you are supported. She waits. Take one more slow breath in, and let it go. A long, gentle exhale moves through the room. You're here. You're safe. You're grounded. Amethyst announces the lunch break. Once the room settles, Amethyst shifts her tone, still warm, still steady, but now practical. Thank you, she says. We're going to take a 1-hour lunch break. She gestures toward the hallway. You are welcome to eat in the cafeteria, in the classroom, or outside if that helps you stay grounded. Choose whatever space feels right for you. If you're not comfortable sharing your experiences on camera today, or if you prefer to remain anonymous, you can email me directly or place your question or concern in this suggestion box. Everything submitted will be handled with privacy and respect. She continues. During the lunch break, a facilitator will remain in the classroom at all times. If you need a private conversation, clarification, or support, someone will be available. She gives the room one last grounding glance, the kind that says she sees everyone, not just the group. You are now dismissed for lunch. She steps aside, allowing people to move at their own pace, without rush, without pressure, exactly the way she designed the moment. Chairs begin to slide back from desks, the soft scrape of metal legs on tile filling the room as people rise. Shoulders roll, backs stretch. A few people lift their arms overhead, releasing tension they didn't realize they were holding. Some participants immediately reach for their phones, checking messages, returning missed calls, stepping into the hallway while already mid-conversation. Others move with intention toward the people who spoke earlier. A woman thanks a mail carrier. A young man nods respectfully to the parcel carrier. Two participants approach the building code inspectors, thanking them quietly for their honesty. And then something unexpected happens. People begin approaching Rocky, not with pity, not with curiosity, with respect. "Thank you for your service," one man says, the same tone people use with veterans. Another repeats it, then another. Rocky's wife stands beside him, her eyes softening as she watches the shift, the recognition her husband rarely receives. The building code inspectors receive the same gratitude. So do the carriers. So do the parcel delivery workers. It feels like a community forming in real time, a room full of people realizing they have been walking past essential workers their entire lives without ever seeing them. The air feels lighter. Amethyst's grounding did its job. Peggy and Earl are glowing, genuinely moved by Rocky's story. They had known him, but not the depth of what he carried. Not the layers. Not the quiet dignity behind the work. Peggy smiles at Rocky. Earl gives him a firm, respectful nod. Rocky's wife smiles warmly at them. As Rocky and his wife walk past Rich's desk, Rich is just putting his phone away. He had been checking in with Karma's grandparents, making sure she was doing well during visitation. He stands up immediately, out of respect. Rocky greets him with a quiet, "How's Latham doing?" Rich's face softens. He's doing great. He's with his little boy right now, the one he didn't know existed until recently. Rocky's expression warms. He says, "Glad to hear that." The two men walk out together, Rocky's wife following behind, the three of them talking like people who have survived things and earned peace. A few participants approach Amethyst, thanking her for the grounding, asking small questions, seeking reassurance. Others approach Tarquin, speaking to him in low tones about things they didn't want to say aloud earlier. He listens with the same steady presence he always brings, no judgment, no rush. Dr. Blake slips out quietly to take his lunch first. Rôvi leaves with Peggy and Earl to wash up and get something to eat. When she returns, her hands are clean, and she opens her small lunch bag with the same gentle precision she brings to everything. She eats her mango slices, pomegranate seeds, celery with peanut butter, and whole grain crackers, simple, grounding food. Henry, the police officer, comes back in with a cafeteria tray. He sits beside Charles, the Marine, and Charles's wife. The three of them eat together, talking quietly, decompressing. The security guard does another sweep, peeking his head into the room. His eyes move, scanning everything, but his head stays still. He nods once, everything secure, and walks away. Rich returns with his lunch tray and sits beside Rôvi. He eats calmly, scrolling through photos of Karma that her grandparents sent, pictures of her smiling, playing, holding Sherry's hand during visitation. It softens him. He looks over at Rôvi. "I talked to Dr. Blake before lunch," he says quietly. "He said he'd be glad to meet with both of us about your offer." Rôvi nods professionally. "Okay, I'll be available." Rich returns to his meal, keeping his feelings to himself. The gratitude, the admiration, the complicated warmth he feels toward her. He maintains professionalism, as he always does. People begin wandering back in, trays in hand, conversations trailing behind them. Some sit in small groups. Others sit alone, quietly finishing their meals. Dr. Blake returns to relieve Amethyst and Tarquin so they can take their break. After about 55 minutes, he steps to the front of the room. His voice carries just enough to be heard over the soft chatter. Class will resume in 5 minutes. That's the cue. People finish their meals, place their trays on the food cart outside the door, and return to their seats. The room settles. The energy shifts. The seminar is ready to continue.
Dr. Blake returns to the front of the room with that calm, deliberate presence that always settles the space. The last few trays are placed on the cart outside the door. Conversations taper off. People shift in their seats, ready. He waits until the room is fully quiet, not forced quiet, but the natural quiet of a group that has shared something meaningful and is prepared to continue. Then he speaks. "Welcome back," he says, voice warm but steady. "I hope you were able to rest, eat, breathe, and reset. We covered a great deal this morning, emotionally, physically, and socially. And I want to acknowledge the way you all supported one another during the break. That matters." Our next speaker represents a group many people interact with when they are tired, stressed, traveling, or out of their normal routine. A group that is expected to be endlessly patient, endlessly accommodating, and endlessly available. He pauses. "I'm talking about hotel staff." He continues, voice steady. Hotel staff are the ones who see people at all hours, in all moods, under all kinds of pressure. They are expected to solve problems they did not create, absorb frustration that is not about them, and maintain safety, cleanliness, and order in a space that is constantly changing. He nods toward the front. Today, our hotel staff representative is here to tell the truth about what that work really looks like, the pressures, the misunderstandings, and what they wish the public knew before they walk up to a front desk or into a room. He steps slightly aside, making space. With respect, he says, "I'd like to invite our hotel staff speaker to share their experience. The floor is yours."
A female hotel staff member rises slowly, smoothing the front of her uniform. She isn't nervous. She's used to being watched, judged, evaluated, but she is grateful for the chance to finally speak without being rushed, dismissed, or treated like part of the wallpaper. She steps forward with quiet confidence. The hotel staff member's full story. "My name is not important," she begins. "Because in hotels, most people don't bother to learn our names. They see the uniform, the badge, the smile. They don't see the person." She takes a breath. "I'm here to speak for all of us, front desk workers, housekeepers, night auditors, laundry staff, breakfast attendants, maintenance, and everyone else who keeps a hotel running." She folds her hands in front of her. "I want to tell you what the public never sees. 1. The front desk experience." She starts with the job she knows best. When you walk up to the front desk, you see a smile. You see someone who checks you in, hands you a key, answers your questions. But what you don't see is everything happening behind that smile. Her voice stays steady. You don't see the guest who screamed at us because their room wasn't ready at 10:30 in the morning. You don't see the person who demanded a free stay because the weather ruined their vacation. You don't see the ones who throw their credit card at us, or snap their fingers, or talk to us like we're beneath them. She pauses. You don't see the emergencies we handle. The medical scares, the domestic disputes, the intoxicated guests, the lost children, the people having panic attacks in the lobby, the ones who come down crying because something happened in their room and they don't know who else to turn to. She shakes her head gently. And you don't see how many times we're blamed for things we didn't cause: overbookings, broken elevators, delayed housekeeping, room issues, noise from other guests. We're the face of every problem, even when we had nothing to do with it. 2. The housekeeper's reality. She shifts her weight, honoring the people who rarely get a voice. Now let me talk about the housekeepers. The ones who work the hardest and get the least respect. Her tone deepens. Housekeepers clean rooms that some guests would be embarrassed to admit they left behind. They deal with trash, spills, bodily fluids, broken glass, food left out for days, and things I won't describe in detail out of respect for this room. She continues. They lift heavy mattresses. They scrub floors on their knees. They push carts that weigh more than they do. They clean 10, 12, sometimes 15 rooms a day. And they do it fast, because the schedule doesn't care about their bodies. She pauses. And yet, people walk past them like they're invisible. Some guests don't even look at them. Some leave rooms in a condition that shows they don't think of housekeepers as human beings. She lets that settle. Housekeepers deserve medals. They deserve respect. They deserve better. 3. The night shift. She continues. Then there's the night auditor. The one who works while everyone else sleeps. The one who handles the emergencies no one else wants to deal with. They're alone in the building. They're the first to respond to noise complaints, medical issues, intoxicated guests, suspicious activity, and everything else that happens after midnight. She shakes her head, and they do it without security in most hotels. They're expected to be calm, professional, and safe in situations that would make most people freeze. 4. The pressure to be perfect. She continues. In hotels, we're expected to be endlessly patient, endlessly polite, endlessly accommodating. We're expected to fix problems instantly, even when the problem is out of our control. She lifts her chin slightly. And when we do our jobs well, no one notices. But when something goes wrong, everyone notices. 5. What we wish the public understood. She takes a breath, steady and grounded. We wish people understood that we are human. That we are doing our best. That we are juggling dozens of tasks at once. That we are not responsible for everything that happens in a building with hundreds of guests. She continues. We wish people would treat housekeepers with dignity, pick up after themselves, understand that check-in times exist for a reason, speak to us the way they would want someone to speak to their family. Remember that we are not the cause of their frustration. Realize that we are often the ones keeping them safe. She pauses. And we wish people knew that a simple, thank you, can change our entire day. 6. Her final words. She looks around the room, her voice steady but full. We are not just hotel staff. We are problem solvers. We are caretakers. We are safety nets. We are the ones who keep the building running when everything else falls apart. She nods once. And we deserve to be seen. She returns to her seat, the room quiet in a way that means they heard her.
Dr. Blake doesn't speak right away. He gives the hotel staff member the same respect he gave Rocky, the carriers, and the inspectors, a moment of silence that acknowledges the weight of what she just shared. When he finally steps forward, his voice is steady, clinical, and deeply human. Thank you. He begins, looking directly at her. What you just described is not simply customer service. It is emotional labor, physical labor, and crisis management wrapped into one role, and the public rarely recognizes any of it. He folds his hands behind his back. You spoke for an entire ecosystem of workers who keep hotels functioning. Front desk staff, housekeepers, night auditors, laundry workers, breakfast attendants, maintenance. And what struck me most is how much of your work involves absorbing the emotional residue of other people's lives. He lets that settle. 1. The front desk is not a counter, it is a pressure point. When guests approach the front desk, they are often tired, stressed, disoriented, or frustrated. They may be dealing with travel delays, family conflict, financial strain, or personal emergencies. And instead of processing those emotions themselves, they project them onto the person standing behind the counter. He continues. You become the target for problems you did not cause: overbookings, weather, airline delays, noise from other guests, maintenance issues, unrealistic expectations. You are expected to fix everything instantly, even when the problem is structural, not personal. He nods once. That is not hospitality. That is emotional containment. 2. Housekeepers carry the heaviest physical and psychological load. He shifts his stance slightly. You described conditions that housekeepers encounter daily, conditions that would shock most guests. The physical strain alone is significant. Lifting mattresses, pushing heavy carts, scrubbing floors, working at high speed. He pauses. But the psychological strain is just as real. Cleaning up after strangers means encountering the aftermath of their stress, their neglect, their carelessness, and sometimes their crises. And housekeepers are expected to do this invisibly, without complaint, without recognition. He looks at her with quiet respect. That is not simple cleaning. That is exposure. 3. The night shift operates without a safety net. He continues. Night auditors are often alone in the building, responsible for safety, conflict resolution, and emergency response. They handle intoxicated guests, medical incidents, noise complaints, and unpredictable behavior, all without the authority or backup that other safety professions receive. He pauses. That is not clerical work. That is risk. 4. The expectation of perfection is a systemic problem. He speaks with clinical clarity. You are expected to be endlessly patient, endlessly polite, endlessly accommodating. You are expected to absorb frustration without reacting. You are expected to maintain composure in situations that would overwhelm most people. He shakes his head slightly. That expectation is not human. It is structural, and it is unfair. 5. The invisibility of hotel staff is not accidental, it is cultural. He continues. Hotels are designed to make labor disappear. Guests are meant to see comfort, not the people who create it. They see clean rooms, not the hours of work behind them. They see a smooth check-in, not the chaos happening behind the scenes. They see a smile, not the emotional labor required to maintain it. He pauses. Invisibility is built into the system, and that invisibility leads to disrespect. 6. What you revealed is a pattern of displaced responsibility. He looks around the room. When guests are stressed, they displace that stress onto hotel staff. When they are careless, they assume someone else will clean it. When they are frustrated, they expect instant solutions. When they are unkind, they assume it will not matter. He turns back to her. But it does matter. It matters to the people who absorb it. 7. Your story highlights the need for structural change. He raises one hand slightly. We need better training for guests, not just staff. We need clearer boundaries. We need realistic expectations. We need recognition for the physical and emotional labor hotel staff perform. And we need to stop treating hospitality workers as background characters in other people's lives. 8. The truth you brought into this room. He speaks with quiet conviction. You are not simply checking people in. You are managing crises. You are maintaining safety. You are absorbing emotional fallout. You are cleaning up after the parts of human behavior people don't want to admit exist. He nods once. And you do it with professionalism, restraint, and dignity. He steps back slightly, giving her the full space of the moment. Thank you for telling the truth about your work. And thank you for doing work that most people depend on but rarely acknowledge. He returns to his place, letting the room absorb the weight of her story.
Tarquin rises slowly, the way he always does when the room is carrying something heavy but important. He doesn't rush. He doesn't soften the truth. He translates it into the language people understand when they finally stop pretending service work is simple. His voice is calm, precise, and deeply respectful. He looks at her first, not the room. Let me translate what she just told you into community language, he says. Not the polite version. Not the corporate version. The real version. He folds his hands. 1. Front desk workers are not just checking you in, they are absorbing your stress. Tarquin's tone stays steady. When you walk up to the front desk, you're bringing your whole day with you. Your travel delays, your arguments, your exhaustion, your frustration, and most people hand all of that to the person behind the counter without even realizing it. He glances around the room. She's telling you that front desk workers become the emotional dumping ground for problems they didn't cause. 2. Housekeepers are doing the hardest work in the building, and getting the least respect. He continues. Housekeepers clean up after the parts of human behavior people don't want to admit exist. They deal with messes that would make most people walk right back out of the room. They lift, scrub, carry, and push equipment that strains their bodies every single day. He pauses. And yet, many guests walk past them like they're invisible. Some leave rooms in a condition that shows they don't think of housekeepers as human beings. He nods once. That's not a cleaning issue. That's a dignity issue. 3. Night auditors are alone in the building handling situations most people would never want to face. She told you the truth. The night shift is the most vulnerable shift. One person, in a building full of strangers, responsible for safety, conflict, emergencies, and unpredictable behavior. He shakes his head slightly. That's not a quiet desk job. That's risk without backup. 4. Laundry, breakfast, and maintenance staff are invisible until something goes wrong. He continues. Laundry workers are in the hottest rooms in the building, lifting heavy loads nonstop. Breakfast attendants are up before sunrise dealing with spills, complaints, and crowds. Maintenance workers are expected to fix everything instantly, even when the problem is structural. He looks at the room. These workers are essential, but the public only notices them when something breaks. 5. The hotel industry trains staff to be endlessly patient, and trains guests to expect perfection. Tarquin's tone stays firm. She told you that hotel staff are expected to be calm, polite, and accommodating no matter what is happening. That expectation is not human. It's a system that teaches workers to swallow their own feelings so guests never have to confront theirs. He pauses. And when something goes wrong, the blame goes straight to the person standing in front of the guest, even if they had nothing to do with it. 6. What she wants the community to understand is simple: treat hotel staff like human beings. He speaks plainly now. She's asking for basic respect. For people to pick up after themselves. For guests to understand that check-in times exist for a reason. For people to stop talking to hotel staff like they're the cause of every inconvenience. He nods. She's asking for humanity. 7. The truth behind her story. Tarquin looks directly at her again. You and your coworkers are the reason hotels function. You're the ones who keep people safe, calm, and cared for. You're the ones who clean up after the parts of life people don't want to see. You're the ones who hold the building together. He lets the silence stretch. And you deserve to be seen. He steps back, giving the room space to absorb the truth.
Dr. Blake turns toward her with that calm, grounded seriousness he uses when he is inviting truth, not performance. He doesn't rush her. He doesn't soften the question. He asks it in a way that honors her expertise and gives her full authority over the answer. He folds his hands in front of him. Thank you, he says. You've given us a clear picture of what hotel staff carry, physically, emotionally, and socially. Now I want to ask you something very direct. He holds her gaze. What would you like the public to start doing that would actually help solve these issues? Not what would be nice, not what would be convenient, but what would make a real difference for you, your coworkers, and the hotel staff who do this work every day. He steps slightly back, giving her space. What do you want people to start doing differently, starting the moment they walk into a hotel? The hotel staff member nods once at Dr. Blake's question. She doesn't hesitate. She has carried these answers for years, waiting for someone to actually ask. She steps forward again, her voice steady and clear. Her response, what she wants the public to start doing. Thank you for asking that, she says. Because there are things the public can start doing right away that would make a real difference. She lifts her chin slightly, not defensive, just honest. 1. Treat every hotel worker like a human being, not a service button. Look at us. Speak to us with respect. Use our names if we give them. Don't talk to us like we're the cause of your frustration. We're people. We have families. We have feelings. We're not robots behind a counter. 2. Pick up after yourself, even a little. She continues. I'm not asking guests to deep clean their rooms. But basic respect goes a long way. Throw trash in the bin. Don't leave food everywhere. Don't leave the room in a condition you'd be ashamed for someone to see. She pauses. That small effort protects the bodies and dignity of housekeepers. 3. Understand that check-in and check-out times exist for a reason. Rooms take time to clean. Housekeepers are not machines. When guests demand early check-ins or late check-outs and get angry when we can't do it, they're asking us to push someone else's workload past the limit. She shakes her head gently. Respect the schedule. It keeps the staff safe. 4. Be honest about damages or issues instead of hiding them. If something breaks, tell us. If you spill something, tell us. If you notice a safety issue, tell us. We're not going to punish you. We just need to know so we can fix it before it becomes a bigger problem. 5. Stop assuming everything is our fault. She speaks plainly. Sometimes the elevator breaks. Sometimes the air unit fails. Sometimes the room isn't ready because the previous guest left it in terrible condition. Sometimes the hotel is full. Sometimes the system glitches. She pauses. Most of the time, the person you're talking to didn't cause the problem. We're just trying to help. 6. Say thank you, and mean it. Her voice softens. A simple thank you can change our whole day. Especially for housekeepers. Especially for night auditors. Especially for the people guests never see. She nods once. We don't expect gifts. We don't expect praise. Just acknowledgement. 7. Remember that we are the ones keeping you safe. She finishes with quiet conviction. We're the ones who notice when something is wrong. We're the ones who respond when you need help. We're the ones who keep the building running. We're the ones who clean up the things no one talks about. She lets the room absorb that. All we want is for the public to treat us with the same humanity we show them. She returns to her seat, her posture steady, her dignity intact.
The public policy analyst has been listening with the same disciplined stillness he brings to every testimony. He doesn't rush in. He waits until the room has fully absorbed her words, the weight, the clarity, the humanity, and only then does he rise. His voice is calm, measured, and precise. He speaks like someone who is trained to see patterns beneath individual stories. He begins by acknowledging her directly. Thank you, he says. What you've shared is not simply a workplace narrative. It is a structural map of how an entire industry depends on invisible labor, emotional containment, and physical endurance, and how the public has been conditioned to overlook all of it. He folds his hands behind his back, a posture of analysis rather than authority. 1. You described a system built on invisibility. What stands out most, he says, is that every role you mentioned, front desk, housekeeping, night audit, laundry, breakfast, maintenance, is designed to be seen only when something goes wrong. He looks around the room. That is not accidental. That is a systemic design choice. Hotels are built to make labor disappear so guests can experience comfort without confronting the work behind it. He turns back to her. You exposed that design. 2. You highlighted a pattern of displaced frustration. He continues. You described guests projecting their stress, exhaustion, and personal issues onto staff. That is not a hospitality problem. That is a behavioral pattern rooted in entitlement and emotional outsourcing. He pauses. When people believe they are paying for comfort, they often believe they are paying for permission to disregard the humanity of the person serving them. He nods once. You named that dynamic clearly. 3. You revealed the physical and emotional risks that go unacknowledged. He speaks with quiet precision. Housekeepers face physical strain that would qualify as occupational hazard in any other industry. Night auditors face safety risks that would require backup in any other field. Front desk workers absorb emotional crises that would require training in any other profession. He lets that settle, and yet, none of these roles are treated as skilled labor. That is a policy failure. 4. Your requests were not demands, they were baseline human expectations. He lifts one hand slightly. You did not ask for luxury. You did not ask for special treatment. You asked for basic respect, basic cleanliness, basic honesty, basic patience, basic acknowledgement. These are not reforms. These are minimum standards for human interaction. He looks at the room again. The fact that these minimums are not consistently met tells us the problem is cultural, not individual. 5. Your testimony points to clear policy gaps. He shifts into full analytical mode. What you described reveals several systemic issues. Lack of safety protocols for night staff. Lack of ergonomic protections for housekeepers. Lack of training for guests on respectful conduct. Lack of structural support for staff handling crises. Lack of recognition for emotional labor. Lack of accountability for guest misconduct. These are not small gaps. These are foundational. He pauses. And they are solvable. 6. Your story reframes hotel staff as essential infrastructure. He speaks with conviction now. You are not optional. You are not background. You are not interchangeable. You are essential infrastructure in an industry that relies on your labor to function. He nods once, slowly. And essential infrastructure deserves protection, respect, and visibility. 7. Your testimony is a blueprint for change. He concludes with the same calm weight he began with. What you shared today is not just a story. It is data. It is evidence. It is a blueprint for how policy, training, and public behavior must evolve. You did not just speak for yourself. You spoke for an entire workforce that has been unseen for far too long. He returns to his seat, leaving the room in a thoughtful, grounded silence.
Dr. Blake steps forward again, but this time with a different kind of intention. The kind he uses when he's about to guide the room into a segment that involves multiple professions at once. He waits until the room settles. Then he speaks. "Thank you," he says, his voice steady. "We've heard from custodians, carriers, inspectors, and hotel staff. Each one of them has shown us how much unseen labor goes into keeping our communities functioning." He pauses, letting the room breathe. Now we're moving into a pair of professions that are deeply connected, sometimes overlapping, sometimes sharing responsibilities, sometimes carrying the same burdens under different titles. He looks around the room. making eye contact with the participants who fall into these roles. I'm talking about property managers and maintenance workers. He steps slightly forward. These two groups often work side by side. In some buildings, the property manager is the maintenance worker. In others, the maintenance worker is expected to handle tasks that should fall under management. And in many cases, both roles carry the weight of tenant expectations, emergencies, complaints, and crises, without the public ever understanding what the job actually requires. He gestures gently toward the participants who hold these roles. You each have different responsibilities, but you share the same reality. You are the first call when something breaks, the first target when someone is upset, and the last to receive recognition when things go right. He gives them a moment to rise. The property managers, the maintenance workers, the ones who keep buildings livable and safe. Today, he continues, we're going to hear from both groups in one shared segment. Because your stories are intertwined, your challenges overlap, and the public often misunderstands both of your roles in the exact same ways. He steps aside, giving them the floor. Whoever would like to begin, whether you manage properties, maintain them, or do both, the room is ready to hear the truth about your work. The floor is yours.
Jason stands slowly, not with swagger, not with defensiveness, but with the tired posture of a man who has been carrying the weight of multiple buildings, multiple crises, and multiple assumptions for years. He rubs the back of his neck once, exhales, and steps forward. He doesn't look at the audience like a performer. He looks at them like a man who has finally been given permission to tell the truth. He begins plainly. My name is Jason. I manage several apartment complexes across the city. Some of them are high-end. Some are mid-range. And then there's New Chapter Court. He pauses, letting the name settle. When I first took over New Chapter Court, it wasn't the most polished building. It wasn't luxury. It wasn't modern. So I lowered the rent. I figured it would attract people who needed something affordable. He shakes his head slightly, remembering. I prepared myself for problems. Late rent, fights, noise, damage. I prepared myself for the worst because that's what people told me to expect from low-income tenants. He looks around the room. And I was wrong. Jason continues. What I started noticing was a pattern. A lot of the people applying for New Chapter Court were in re-entry. Some were just getting out of prison. Some were on parole. Some had no credit. Some had backgrounds that would get them denied anywhere else. And I'll be honest, at first, I braced myself. I thought, here we go. This is going to be a headache. He shakes his head again. But those tenants, they turned out to be the best tenants I've ever had. He speaks with quiet conviction. I manage high-end buildings. I deal with people who have money, credit, and spotless records. And I'm telling you right now, the people at New Chapter Court give me fewer problems than any of them. He lets that land. They pay on time. They communicate. They respect the property. They look out for each other. They look out for me. He pauses. And I can't figure out why society still acts like people in re-entry are guaranteed trouble. Jason shifts his stance. Some of the guys at New Chapter Court came in with skills. Real skills. Carpentry. Painting. Electrical. Plumbing. Drywall. They've offered to help around the building. Some of them have fixed things before I even got there. He nods once. I've hired a few of them. They're some of the hardest workers I've ever had. He looks at the room. People don't realize that prison teaches a lot of men how to repair things, how to maintain things, how to survive. And when they come out, they want to use those skills to rebuild their lives. Jason's voice deepens. I want to say this clearly, because I don't think the public hears it enough. He speaks slowly, deliberately. Just because someone is in re-entry does not mean they're going to be a bad tenant. Just because someone has a record does not mean they're irresponsible. Just because someone made a mistake does not mean they can't be part of a community. He pauses. In my experience, the people who have been through something, the ones rebuilding, are the ones who appreciate stability the most. He shifts into the part he rarely gets to say out loud. Being a property manager is stressful. People think it's just collecting rent and fixing things. It's not. It's dealing with emergencies at all hours. It's being blamed for things you didn't cause. It's trying to keep everyone safe. It's trying to keep the building standing with limited resources. He takes a breath. And what makes it harder is when the public assumes the worst about certain tenants before they even move in. He continues. I wish people understood that. Stability changes behavior. Respect changes behavior. Opportunity changes behavior. A safe place to live changes behavior. And the people at New Chapter Court prove that every day. Jason finishes with the part he's been holding in for years. I want the public to stop judging people by their past and start looking at how they're living now. He continues. I want landlords to stop automatically denying people with records. I want neighbors to stop assuming re-entry means danger. I want society to stop acting like a mistake defines a person forever. Because the tenants at New Chapter Court have shown me more responsibility, more gratitude, and more community than some of the people paying 3 times the rent. He steps back, voice steady. They deserve a chance. And they've earned my respect. He shifts his weight the way a man does when he's about to tell the truth that nobody ever asks for but everybody needs to hear. He rubs his forehead once, exhales, and then looks at the room with the tired honesty of someone who has lived every word he's about to say. This isn't the polished version. This is the version he carries at 2 a.m. when a pipe bursts or a tenant calls crying or someone's heat goes out in January. He starts with a small shake of his head. People think being a landlord is just collecting rent, he says. I wish it were that simple. Rent is the easy part. Everything else is what wears you down. He folds his arms, not defensively, just grounding himself. 1. Most emergencies happen when everyone else is asleep. I don't get calls at noon, he says. I get calls at midnight. I get calls at 3 in the morning. I get calls during holidays, birthdays, anniversaries. Pipes don't burst on a schedule. Heat doesn't fail when it's convenient. He pauses. And when something goes wrong, tenants don't call the city. They call me. 2. People lie about damage more than they admit it. He continues. I wish people knew how much time I spend trying to figure out what really happened in a unit. A hole in the wall. It was already there. A broken window. I don't know. Flooded bathroom. It just happened. He shakes his head. Honesty would save everyone time. 3. Tenants underestimate how long repairs actually take. People think everything can be fixed instantly. They don't realize I'm juggling multiple buildings, multiple contractors, multiple emergencies. If I say I'll be there in an hour, I mean it. But sometimes I'm already knee-deep in another crisis. 4. Maintenance is not magic, it's labor, parts, and time. Some repairs need parts that have to be ordered. Some need specialists. Some need permits. Some need the weather to cooperate. But people get angry if it's not fixed the same day. He sighs. I wish people understood that maintenance isn't a wand you wave. 5. People don't realize how much emotional labor is involved. I've had tenants call me crying because they're scared. I've had tenants call me because they're lonely. I've had tenants call me because they don't know who else to call. He pauses. I'm not just fixing buildings. I'm holding people's lives together. 6. The public doesn't see the financial pressure behind the scenes. He continues. People think landlords are rich. I'm not. Most of the rent goes to mortgages, insurance, taxes, repairs, utilities, contractors, and emergencies. One big repair can wipe out months of income. He nods once. And when someone doesn't pay rent, it affects the whole building. 7. The hardest part is being blamed for things you didn't cause. If the city shuts off water, I get blamed. If the power company has an outage, I get blamed. If a neighbor is loud, I get blamed. If the weather damages the roof, I get blamed. I'm responsible for everything, even when I'm not responsible for anything. 8. People don't understand how much paperwork and legal compliance there is. He continues. Inspections, permits, code compliance, safety checks, insurance requirements, tenant screening, lease renewals, eviction laws, fair housing laws, maintenance logs, city regulations. He shakes his head. It's a full-time job before I even step foot in a building. 9. The stigma around renting to people in reentry is unfair and outdated. I wish people knew that the tenants at New Chapter Court, the ones society judges the most, are the ones who give me the least trouble. They're grateful, they're respectful, they're responsible, they're rebuilding, and they deserve a chance. 10. What he wants the public to start doing. Jason finishes with the part he rarely gets to say out loud. I want people to stop assuming landlords are villains. I want people to stop assuming tenants with records are problems. I want people to communicate honestly. I want people to respect the building they live in. I want people to understand that I'm doing the best I can with the resources I have. He exhales. And I want people to remember that I'm human too. Jason returns to his seat, shoulders a little lighter now that he's finally said what he's been carrying.
A second property manager rises, who has seen things he wishes he could unsee. He runs a hand over his face, exhales, and steps forward. He doesn't introduce himself. He just starts talking like someone who has been waiting years for someone to finally ask what this job really looks like. He begins with a slow shake of his head. I've been a property manager for a long time, he says. Long enough to know that the public has no idea what we walk into. And if you've never dealt with hoarding, you don't know the half of it. He folds his arms, grounding himself. 1. The animal hoarding unit. He starts with the one that still makes him shudder. I had a tenant who kept animals. Not one or two. Dozens. Cats, mostly. Some alive. Some not. He pauses, letting the room absorb that without going graphic. When we finally got inside, the floors were ruined. The drywall was ruined. The subfloor was ruined. The smell got into the ventilation system. We had to replace the carpet, the flooring, the walls, the cabinets, the vents, everything. He shakes his head. That one unit cost more to repair than the tenant paid in rent for 3 years. 2. The junk hoarder who turned a unit into a maze. He continues. Another tenant hoarded junk, not sentimental stuff. I mean literal junk. Newspapers stacked to the ceiling. Old electronics. Broken furniture. Bags of clothes. Boxes of things they never opened. He gestures with his hands. You couldn't walk through the unit. You had to turn sideways and shuffle. The weight of all that junk actually caused the floor to sag. We had to reinforce the beams underneath. He pauses. And the tenant swore everything was fine. 3. The emergency that changed how he sees hoarding forever. His voice drops. The worst one wasn't even about property damage. It was about safety. He takes a breath. I had a tenant who was diabetic. One night, they had a medical emergency and called 911. The fire department got there, and they couldn't get inside. The door wouldn't open more than a few inches because of the hoard. The hallways inside were blocked. The furniture was stacked. The responders couldn't reach the tenant. He pauses. They had to cut a hole through the exterior wall, a full section of the building, just to get inside. He lets the silence sit. That's when I realized hoarding isn't just a cleanliness issue. It's a life and death issue. 4. The emotional toll no one talks about. He continues, voice low. People think property managers are heartless when we issue warnings or start eviction proceedings for hoarding. They think we're being cruel. He shakes his head. But hoarding destroys buildings. It attracts pests. It creates fire hazards. It blocks exits. It puts neighbors at risk. And sometimes, it puts the tenant themselves in danger. He pauses. And we're the ones who have to walk into those units. We're the ones who have to clean them. We're the ones who have to make the building safe again. 5. What he wishes the public understood. I wish people understood that hoarding isn't just a mess. It's a hazard. It's a structural threat. It's a safety risk. And it's one of the hardest things a property manager ever has to deal with. He continues. I wish people knew that when we intervene, it's not because we're trying to control someone's life. It's because we've seen what happens when we don't. He pauses. And I wish people knew how much it costs, financially, emotionally, physically, to repair the damage hoarding causes. 6. His final words. He finishes with a tired honesty. Being a property manager isn't just collecting rent. It's walking into situations you can't imagine. It's dealing with things you never thought you'd see. It's trying to keep people safe even when they don't see the danger themselves. He nods once. And hoarding is one of the hardest parts of this job. He returns to his seat, the room quiet again, the kind of quiet that means they heard him.
A third property manager rises, and this one is different from the others. He's tired in that deep, bone-level way that comes from years of dealing with situations the public never sees and rarely believes. He rubs his temples, exhales, and steps forward. He begins with a blunt honesty that comes from experience, not attitude. Look, he says, I know landlords get a bad reputation. I know people think we're greedy or lazy or sitting around collecting checks. But the truth is, most of the stress in this job comes from things the public never thinks about. And if people understood even half of what we deal with, it would take a lot of pressure off this job. 1. Late rent isn't just annoying, it disrupts the entire building. He starts with the most common issue. People think late rent is just an inconvenience. It's not. When rent doesn't come in on time, I still have to pay the mortgage, the insurance, the taxes, the utilities, the contractors, the emergency repairs. He shakes his head. One late payment affects the whole building. And when it's consistent, it becomes a crisis. 2. Property damage beyond normal wear and tear is more common than people think. He continues. I'm not talking about scuffs on the wall or worn carpet. I'm talking about holes punched through drywall, doors ripped off hinges, broken appliances, filthy units, mold from leaks that were never reported. He lifts his hand slightly. Some people treat rentals like they're disposable. 3. Lease violations are constant: pets, smoking, unauthorized roommates. He lists them calmly. People sneak in pets. They smoke inside. They move in boyfriends, cousins, friends, whole families sometimes, without telling anyone. They sublet behind our backs. They turn units into Airbnbs. He pauses. And when something goes wrong, I'm the one legally responsible. 4. Poor communication makes small problems turn into disasters. He continues. Tenants won't answer calls, won't respond to emails, won't report leaks until the ceiling collapses, won't mention mold until it spreads. Won't tell me the toilet's been running for 3 months. He shakes his head. Half of my emergencies could have been prevented with a simple phone call. 5. Disrespectful communication wears you down. His voice softens. I've been yelled at, cursed at, blamed for things I didn't cause. I've had people demand immediate attention for things that are their responsibility, like changing a light bulb or flipping a breaker. He pauses. People forget we're human. 6. Neglecting basic maintenance creates bigger problems. He continues. Some tenants don't clean. They don't take out trash. They don't replace air filters. They don't maintain the yard. They let things pile up until pests show up or the HVAC system fails. He nods once. And then they blame me. 7. Noise and neighbor issues are constant headaches. He gestures with his hands. Loud music. Fighting. Parties. Slamming doors. Dogs barking. People stomping at 2 a.m. I get calls from neighbors, from other tenants, from the police sometimes. He sighs. And I'm expected to fix behavior I can't control. 8. Utility problems caused by tenants affect the whole building. He continues. People forget to pay utilities. They let water run non-stop. They overload circuits. They leave windows open in winter. They cause shutoffs that affect other tenants. He shakes his head. And I'm the one who gets the angry calls. 9. Hoarding, the silent disaster. He glances at the second property manager who spoke earlier, then adds his own perspective. Hoarding is one of the worst things we deal with. It destroys units. It attracts pests. It creates fire hazards. It blocks exits. It puts everyone at risk. He pauses. And the public has no idea how common it is. 10. What he wishes the public understood. He finishes with a tired honesty. I wish people knew that being a landlord isn't just collecting rent. It's managing crises. It's dealing with emergencies. It's navigating legal requirements. It's trying to keep people safe. It's trying to keep buildings standing. He nods once. And most of the stress comes from things that could be avoided if people communicated, respected the property, and followed the lease they signed. He steps back, shoulders heavy but relieved to have finally said it.
A final property manager rises, and this one is visibly frustrated in a way the others weren't. He steps forward, rubbing the bridge of his nose like a man who has walked into one too many infested units. He looks at the room with the tired honesty of someone who has had to explain this 1,000 times and still isn't believed. He starts bluntly. I'm going to say something that every property manager knows but the public refuses to hear. He lifts his hands slightly. Most infestations are caused by tenants, and landlords get blamed for all of them. He lets that sit. 1. Filthy living conditions attract rodents. He continues. I've had tenants who live in conditions that attract rodents. Food left out. Trash piled up. Dirty dishes everywhere. Bags of garbage sitting inside the unit for days. He shakes his head. And when the rats show up, guess who gets blamed? Me. He pauses. Even when the problem started inside the unit, not the building. 2. Infested mattresses bring bedbugs into the entire building. He gestures with both hands, exasperated. People bring in used mattresses from who knows where. They don't check them. They don't clean them. They drag them into the building, and suddenly the whole place has bedbugs. He looks around the room. And who gets blamed? Me. He continues. Bedbugs spread fast. They travel through walls, outlets, baseboards. One infested mattress can cost thousands to treat. And tenants swear it must have come from the building. He shakes his head. No, it came from the mattress they dragged in. 3. Sneaking in pets leads to flea infestations. He sighs. People sneak in dogs. They swear they don't have pets. They hide them during inspections. And then suddenly we have fleas in the hallways, in the carpets, in other units. He pauses. And who gets blamed? Me. He lifts his eyebrows. Even though the lease clearly says no pets. 4. Used furniture brings roaches into the building. He continues. People bring in used couches, used dressers, used appliances, things they found on the curb or bought cheap online. He shakes his head. And then roaches show up. Not one or two. Colonies. He pauses. And who gets blamed? Me. He gestures toward the imaginary online world. And then they go online and write negative reviews saying the building is dirty or infested, when the infestation came from the furniture they brought in. 5. The public doesn't understand how fast infestations spread. He speaks with the authority of someone who has lived this. Once an infestation starts, it doesn't stay in one unit. It spreads through walls, through vents, through plumbing, through electrical outlets. He nods once. And I'm the one who has to call exterminators. I'm the one who has to pay thousands. I'm the one who has to coordinate treatments. I'm the one who has to deal with angry tenants. He pauses. And I'm the one who gets blamed, even when the cause was completely preventable. 6. What he wishes the public understood. He finishes with a tired, honest plea. I wish people understood that infestations don't magically appear. They come from behavior. They come from choices. They come from things tenants bring into the building. He lifts his chin slightly. And I wish people would stop blaming landlords for problems they caused themselves. He exhales. Because I'm the one who has to fix it. I'm the one who has to pay for it. And I'm the one who gets the negative reviews for something I didn't do. He steps back, shoulders heavy but relieved to have finally said it.
Dr. Blake steps forward. His posture is grounded. His tone is clinical, steady, and deeply respectful. He looks at all 4 property managers, Jason, the hoarding case manager, the complaint-heavy manager, and the infestation-frustrated manager, and he speaks to all of them at once. He begins with a slow inhale, the kind he uses when he is about to translate raw experience into clinical clarity. Thank you, he says. Each of you has described a different facet of the same system. A system where property managers carry the emotional, physical, financial, and safety burdens of entire communities, often without acknowledgement, support, or understanding. What you've shared is not a list of complaints. It is a map of structural stress. 1. The psychological burden of constant responsibility. He looks at Jason first. You described something profound. The emotional labor of being responsible for people's homes. Homes are not neutral spaces. They are where people sleep, eat, argue, recover, relapse, rebuild, and fall apart. He continues. When something goes wrong, a leak, a break, a crisis, you are the first call. Not because you caused it, but because you represent stability. You represent safety. You represent the person who can fix what they cannot. He nods once. That is emotional labor, and it is rarely recognized. 2. The stigma of re-entry, and the reality you exposed. He turns fully toward Jason. You challenged one of the most damaging myths in housing, the belief that people in re-entry are inherently risky tenants. His voice stays calm but firm. What you discovered is what research consistently shows. People rebuilding their lives often make the most stable, respectful, and grateful tenants. Because they understand the value of a second chance. They understand the fragility of stability. They understand what it means to lose everything. He pauses. And your testimony dismantles a stigma that has harmed thousands. 3. Hoarding. A clinical condition, not a character flaw. He turns to the second property manager. You described hoarding with accuracy and restraint. Hoarding is not laziness. It is not stubbornness. It is a mental health condition rooted in trauma, loss, anxiety, and impaired executive functioning. He continues. Hoarding creates fire hazards, structural hazards, health hazards, emergency access barriers, pest infestations, emotional distress for neighbors, immense financial strain for property owners. And yet, the public often sees intervention as cruelty. He shakes his head. What you described, cutting through a wall to reach a diabetic tenant, is the clinical reality. Hoarding is not a housekeeping issue. It is a safety issue. 4. Tenant behavior that creates systemic strain. He turns to the third property manager. You listed the behaviors that create chronic stress in property management. Late rent, property damage, lease violations, poor communication, noise issues, neglect of basic maintenance, unauthorized pets, unauthorized occupants. These are not minor inconveniences. They are destabilizing forces. He continues. When tenants fail to communicate, fail to maintain basic cleanliness, or violate agreements, the property manager becomes the emotional container for the fallout. He pauses. And that is not sustainable. 5. Infestations. The invisible consequence of behavior. He turns to the fourth property manager. You described something the public rarely understands. Most infestations originate from tenant behavior, not building conditions. He lists them calmly. Used mattresses bring bedbugs. Used furniture brings roaches. Hidden pets bring fleas. Filthy living conditions attract rodents. And yet, he says, you are the one who gets blamed. You are the one who pays for extermination. You are the one who receives negative reviews. He nods once. This is a classic example of displaced accountability. 6. The common thread. You are all carrying invisible burdens. He steps back slightly, addressing all four at once. What you have each described is a profession where you are the crisis responder, the mediator, the safety officer, the repair coordinator, the financial buffer, the emotional container, the scapegoat, and you do all of this while being publicly portrayed as the villain. He pauses. That is a profound psychological contradiction. 7. What the public needs to understand. He speaks with clinical clarity. The public needs to understand that property managers are not simply collecting rent. You are managing human behavior, mental health crises, safety hazards, structural emergencies, financial instability, community dynamics, legal compliance, emotional fallout. You are doing the work of multiple professions at once. He nods once. And you deserve recognition, not blame. 8. What you have given this room. He finishes with quiet conviction. You have given this room, and this seminar, something invaluable. A truthful, unfiltered look at the emotional and structural realities of housing management. He looks at each of them. You have shown that property managers are not adversaries. You are caretakers of entire communities. You are first responders in civilian clothing. You are the ones who hold the line between stability and chaos. He inclines his head. And today, you made the invisible visible. Dr. Blake steps back, giving the room space to absorb the weight of what was said.
Tarquin steps forward again. He looks at the final landlord, the one exhausted from infestations, blame, and online reviews. And then he turns to the room. He starts with a calm, even tone. Let me break down what he's saying in a way everybody here can understand. Because this is where the disconnect between tenants and property managers gets the loudest. He folds his hands in front of him. 1. Infestations don't come out of thin air. They come from behavior. Tarquin speaks plainly. When a building gets bedbugs, roaches, fleas, or rodents, people jump straight to blaming the landlord. But the truth is, most of these problems start inside somebody's unit. He lists them slowly, clearly. Used mattresses bring bedbugs. Used furniture brings roaches. Hidden pets bring fleas. Filthy living conditions attract rodents. He pauses. That's not an opinion. That's the reality of how infestations work. 2. Once the problem starts, it spreads. And the landlord has to fix it. Tarquin continues. When one unit gets infested, it doesn't stay in that unit. It spreads through walls, vents, plumbing, electrical lines. It becomes a building-wide problem. He nods toward the landlord. And he's the one who has to call exterminators. He's the one who has to pay thousands. He's the one who has to coordinate treatments. He's the one who has to calm down angry tenants. He pauses. And he's the one who gets blamed, even when he didn't cause it. 3. People don't realize how fast an online review can damage someone's livelihood. When tenants write negative reviews saying the building is dirty or infested, they don't mention that the infestation came from something they brought in. He shakes his head, and the public doesn't know the difference. They just see the review. They assume the landlord is neglectful. They assume the building is unsafe. He looks around the room. That kind of review can ruin a reputation. It can hurt the whole community living there. 4. This isn't about blaming tenants. It's about accountability. Tarquin raises one hand slightly. He's not saying tenants are bad people. He's saying certain behaviors have consequences. And when those consequences hit the building, he's the one who has to clean it up. He continues. This is about understanding that a building is a shared environment. What one person brings in can affect everyone else. 5. What he's really asking for is fairness. Tarquin finishes with the truth beneath the frustration. He's asking people to take responsibility for what they bring into their homes. He's asking people to be honest about pets. He's asking people to think twice before dragging in used furniture. He's asking people to keep their spaces clean enough that pests don't have a reason to show up. He pauses. And he's asking people to stop blaming him for problems he didn't create. Tarquin steps back, voice steady. That's the translation. He's not asking for perfection. He's asking for fairness, honesty, and shared responsibility. Because that's what keeps a building livable for everybody.
Dr. Blake steps forward. He looks at each man. Jason, the hoarding case manager, the complaint-heavy manager, and the infestation-frustrated manager, and then addresses them together. He begins with a steady voice. You've each described different parts of the same reality. You're responsible for the safety, stability, and livability of entire buildings. And the public rarely sees the truth behind that responsibility. He pauses, letting the room settle. But now I want to ask all four of you one question. The same question I've asked every profession in this room. He looks at them directly. What do you want the public to start doing that would actually help stop these problems? He steps back slightly, giving them space to answer, but he stays close enough to guide the structure. The four property managers respond, a combined, unified truth. They don't speak over each other. They don't contradict each other. Their answers braid together into one shared message. 1. Jason. Stability, respect, and second chances. Jason speaks first, voice steady. I want the public to stop assuming the worst about people in re-entry. Give them a chance. They've been my best tenants. They communicate. They respect the property. They want stability. If society stopped shutting them out, half the stress in this job would disappear. And I want people to communicate early. Tell me when something breaks. Tell me when you're struggling. Tell me before a small issue becomes a crisis. 2. The hoarding case manager. Safety and early intervention. The second manager steps forward. I want people to understand that hoarding is dangerous. It's not a mess. It's a safety hazard. If you're struggling, ask for help before it becomes a fire risk, a structural risk, or a medical emergency. He pauses. And I want neighbors to speak up. If you smell something, hear something, or see something that looks unsafe, say something. Early intervention saves lives. 3. The complaint-heavy manager. Communication, responsibility, and basic respect. The third manager adds his voice. I want tenants to follow the lease they signed. Pay rent on time. Report problems early. Don't sneak in pets. Don't move in extra people. Don't ignore maintenance. Don't treat the unit like it's disposable. And I want people to stop assuming landlords are villains. Most of us are doing the best we can with limited resources. 4. The infestation frustrated manager. Cleanliness, honesty, and accountability. The fourth manager steps forward, voice tired but clear. I want people to stop bringing in used mattresses and used furniture without checking them. That's how bedbugs and roaches get in. I want people to stop sneaking in pets that bring fleas. I want people to keep their units clean enough that rodents don't have a reason to show up. He pauses. And I want people to stop blaming me for infestations they caused. I'm the one who has to fix it. I'm the one who pays for it. I'm the one who gets the negative reviews. I just want fairness. Dr. Blake's closing reflection. Dr. Blake steps forward again, summarizing their unified message with clinical clarity. What I'm hearing from all four of you is this. Communicate early. Respect the property. Follow the lease. Keep your space clean. Be honest about pets and guests. Stop bringing in unsafe furniture. Understand that your behavior affects the whole building. Stop assuming landlords are the enemy. Give people in re-entry a fair chance. Recognize that property managers are carrying more than the public realizes. These are not demands. These are basic community responsibilities. He looks at the room. And if the public did even half of what you just listed, the stress on property managers, and the strain on entire buildings, would drop dramatically. You've given this room a truth most people never hear. And it needed to be said.
The public policy analyst steps forward again. He has been listening to all four men with the same intensity he gives to data, testimony, and lived experience. He closes his notebook, steps forward, and addresses them as a collective. His voice is calm, measured, and precise, the tone of someone who is about to translate four emotional testimonies into structural truth. He begins with a slight nod toward the group. What the four of you just described is not a series of isolated frustrations. It is a pattern, a systemic pattern, and it reveals something important about how housing functions, and how it fails, in this country. He folds his hands behind his back. 1. You expose the gap between public perception and operational reality. He looks at all four men. The public sees landlords as people who collect rent. You have shown that the job is far closer to crisis management, social work, emergency response, and behavioral oversight. He continues. You are responsible for the consequences of tenant behavior, even when you did not cause it. That is a structural imbalance. 2. You revealed how tenant behavior directly affects building safety and community stability. He lists them clearly, without judgment. Used mattresses bring bedbugs. Used furniture brings roaches. Hidden pets bring fleas. Filthy living conditions attract rodents. Hoarding creates fire hazards and emergency access barriers. Lease violations destabilize the building. Late rent destabilizes the finances. Poor communication turns preventable issues into emergencies. He pauses. These are not minor inconveniences. These are community-level risks. 3. You highlighted the emotional labor embedded in property management. He turns toward Jason. You described the emotional weight of being responsible for people rebuilding their lives. You are not just managing units, you are managing human transition, trauma, and re-entry. He turns to the others. And all of you described being yelled at, blamed, lied to, or treated as adversaries while trying to maintain safety and stability. He nods once. That is emotional labor, and it is invisible to the public. 4. You expose the stigma around re-entry, and the data supports your experience. He addresses Jason directly. You challenge a deeply rooted myth that people in re-entry are inherently risky tenants. Your experience aligns with national data. People rebuilding their lives often make some of the most stable, responsible tenants. He pauses. Your testimony is not anecdotal. It is evidence. 5. You revealed the structural consequences of hoarding. He turns to the second manager. Hoarding is not a housekeeping issue. It is a public safety issue. It affects fire response, structural integrity, pest control, and emergency access. He continues. And yet, property managers are expected to address it without mental health support, without training, and without public understanding. 6. You exposed the accountability gap in housing. He looks at all 4 men again. You are held responsible for problems you did not create. You are financially liable for damage you did not cause. You are publicly blamed for infestations that originated from tenant behavior. You are reviewed online for conditions you had no control over. He pauses. That is a structural accountability gap, and it is unsustainable. 7. You identified the core issue. Housing is a shared ecosystem, but responsibility is not shared. He speaks with quiet conviction. A building is a shared environment. One person's choices affect everyone. But the responsibility for those choices falls almost entirely on the property manager. He nods once. That imbalance is the root of your stress. 8. What the public needs to understand, distilled from all 4 of your testimonies. He speaks clearly, as if drafting policy in real time. The public needs to understand that housing stability requires shared responsibility. Cleanliness is a community safety issue. Communication prevents emergencies. Lease agreements exist for a reason. Re-entry tenants deserve fair access to housing. Hoarding is a mental health condition with real safety consequences. Infestations are often caused by tenant behavior, not building neglect. Property managers are not adversaries, they are caretakers of community infrastructure. These are not opinions. These are structural truths. 9. What your testimonies point to, from a policy perspective. He concludes with the clarity of someone who sees the bigger picture. What you have described points to the need for public education on shared space responsibility, stronger tenant-landlord communication protocols, support for re-entry housing, mental health partnerships for hoarding cases, clearer guidelines on used furniture and pest prevention, community-level accountability standards, legal protections for property managers facing false public reviews, recognition of property managers as essential community workers. Your stories are not complaints. They are data. They are evidence. They are the blueprint for how housing policy must evolve. He inclines his head toward all 4 men. You have shown this room that property managers are not simply maintaining buildings. You are maintaining communities, and the public cannot expect stability without participating in it. He returns to his seat, leaving the room in a thoughtful, grounded silence.
Dr. Blake steps forward with that calm, grounded presence he uses when the room is about to shift into a new layer of truth. The property managers have just finished. The air is still heavy with everything they revealed, and now he turns toward the next group, the ones who deal with the public's waste, the public's habits, and the public's disregard every single day. He doesn't rush. He doesn't dramatize. He gives them the same respect he gave everyone else. We've heard from the people who manage where we live. Now we're going to hear from the people who keep our cities livable. He looks toward the sanitation engineers, the waste management workers, the men and women in reflective gear, the ones who work before dawn and long after the city is asleep. You are the ones who handle what the public throws away, literally and figuratively. You deal with the consequences of how people live, what they discard, and what they ignore. He pauses, letting the room absorb that. You are also one of the most misunderstood and disrespected professions in this country. People complain about trash day. They complain about noise. They complain about timing. They complain about smells. But they rarely think about the physical labor, the hazards, the injuries, the weather, the disrespect, or the stigma. He steps slightly to the side, giving them the floor but still framing the moment. You deal with things most people never see. You lift bins filled with broken glass, chemicals, rotting food, needles, and waste that should never have been put in a household container. You navigate alleys blocked by cars. You dodge aggressive dogs. You work in extreme heat, extreme cold, and dangerous traffic. He nods once. And when something goes wrong, when a bin is too heavy, when a street is blocked, when a pickup is delayed, the public blames you. He lets that truth settle. But you are the backbone of public health. Without you, disease spreads. Pests multiply, neighborhoods decline, streets become unsafe, buildings become unlivable. You are the reason cities function. He looks at them with the same clinical respect he gives every profession in the room. And today, you're here to share what the public needs to understand. What you wish people would stop doing. What you wish they would start doing. And what would make your work safer, cleaner, and more respectful. He steps back, opening the floor. Sanitation engineers, the room is yours. Tell us what you want the public to know.
A sanitation engineer stands. He looks like a man whose body has been his time card for years. Shoulders worn from lifting, hands rough, posture shaped by early mornings and heavy loads. He adjusts his reflective vest out of habit more than need, then steps forward. He doesn't introduce himself with a name. He introduces himself with the truth of his work. The opening truth. I'm a city sanitation engineer, he says. Waste management, trash collection, whatever people want to call it. He looks around the room, steady. I know what people think when they see the truck. They think noise. They think inconvenience. They think, why are they here so early? Or, why did they miss my bin? He pauses. What they don't think is, that's the person keeping my neighborhood from turning into a health hazard. 1. The hours and the weather. He starts with the basics, the part no one sees. We start before most people are awake. In the dark, in the cold, in the heat, in the rain, in the snow. We're out there when the streets are empty and the air hurts your face. He continues. In the summer, the heat coming off the truck, the asphalt, the bags of rotting food. It's like working inside a hot breath. In the winter, your hands go numb, your face burns, and the metal you're grabbing feels like it's trying to take your skin with it. He shrugs slightly, but the trash still has to move. The city doesn't stop producing waste because the weather is bad. 2. The physical labor. He shifts his weight, as if his body remembers every lift. People see the truck and think the machine does the work. It doesn't. We do. We're lifting bins that are overfilled, bags that are twice as heavy as they should be, cans packed with wet, compacted trash. He gestures with his hands. You feel it in your back, your knees, your shoulders. You twist wrong one time, and you're out. You slip on black ice, you're out. You grab a bag that rips and you're covered in whatever was inside. He pauses, and you don't get to stop because you're tired. The route still has to be finished. 3. What people put in the trash. His voice tightens just a little. People throw away things they should never put in household trash. Loose needles, broken glass, chemicals, paint, car parts, construction debris, buckets of something they don't even label. He looks around the room. I've grabbed bags with needles poking through. I've lifted cans with broken glass at the bottom. I've had chemicals leak onto my clothes. I've opened a lid and seen things that are dangerous, illegal, or just plain disrespectful. He pauses. And when we get hurt, people say, well, it's just trash. 4. The smell and the rot. He doesn't exaggerate. He doesn't need to. Rotting food in the summer? You can smell it from half a block away. Maggots, flies, bags that have been sitting for days because someone missed pickup and just left it there. He continues. Animal waste, diapers, old meat. People put it all in thin bags that break as soon as you lift them. It gets on your clothes, on your boots, on your skin. He nods once, and you still have to keep going. You can't say, this is too disgusting, I'm done. The root doesn't care how you feel. 5. The blocked access and impossible expectations. He shifts to the logistics. People park in front of bins. They block alleys. They put cans behind fences. They put out 10 extra bags and expect us to take everything like we're a private moving company. He shakes his head. Then when we can't reach it, or we're not allowed to take certain items, they call the city and say we skipped them. They write complaints. They say we're lazy. He pauses. They don't see that we're working around cars, tight spaces, traffic, and time limits. They don't see that we're trying not to get hit by a distracted driver while we're pulling a bin into the street. 6. The dogs and the danger. His voice drops slightly. People leave dogs loose. Big ones, aggressive ones. They say, oh, he doesn't bite. But that dog doesn't know me. All it knows is that a stranger is near its territory. He continues. I've had dogs charge at me. I've had to jump back into the truck. I've had to decide whether to risk getting bitten or leave the bin and get yelled at later. He pauses. And that's just the animals. We also deal with traffic. People speeding around the truck. People honking because we're in the way. People swerving too close because they're impatient. He looks at the room. One distracted driver can end a life. And we're out there inches from moving cars every day. 7. The disrespect and the stigma. He exhales slowly. People talk about us like we're the bottom of the ladder. They make jokes. They wrinkle their noses. They act like we're less than because we handle what they throw away. He continues. I've had people yell at me from their porch because we were too loud. I've had people curse at us because we didn't take something we're not allowed to take. I've had people film us on their phones like we're doing something wrong when we're just doing our job. He pauses. They don't see the training. They don't see the safety protocols. They don't see the injuries. They don't see the fact that without us, their street would be unlivable in a week. 8. The health risks. He speaks with quiet seriousness. We're exposed to things most people never think about. Mold, bacteria, chemicals, sharps, airborne particles from old waste. We breathe it. We touch it. It gets on our clothes. We carry it on our boots. We wash. We sanitize. We follow protocols. But the risk is always there. And it's part of the job that nobody talks about. 9. The emotional toll. You get used to being invisible. You get used to people not making eye contact. You get used to being talked about like you're not standing right there. He pauses. But it wears on you. Being treated like a nuisance when you're the reason their trash isn't piled up on the curb. Being blamed for things that aren't your fault. Being expected to do more with less time, less staff, and more waste. He looks at the room. You start to feel like the city wants what you do, but not who you are. 10. What he wants the public to know. He finishes with a tired, honest clarity. I want people to understand that we're not just the trash guys. We're sanitation engineers. We're part of public health. We're part of city safety. We're part of what keeps your neighborhood livable. He continues. I want people to bag their trash properly. Stop putting dangerous items in household bins. Stop overloading cans until they're too heavy to lift safely. Move their cars so we can reach the bins. Keep dogs secured on pickup days. Stop yelling at us for rules we didn't make. Remember that we're human beings doing hard, necessary work. He pauses, then adds one more thing. And I want people to teach their kids that this job is not something to look down on. It's something to respect, because if we stopped working for even a week, everybody would feel it. He steps back, shoulders still heavy. But there's a small shift, the kind that comes when someone finally says what they've been carrying for years. The room is quiet in that way you've been building all along, the quiet that means they heard him. He lays out a detailed, actionable list of what he wishes the public would start doing to make the job safer, cleaner, and more respectful, for everyone. Here's what would make the biggest difference. Not for me personally, for the whole system. 1. Bag trash properly. Double bag anything wet, heavy, or likely to leak. Tie bags tightly. Don't leave loose trash in the can. A single ripped bag can contaminate an entire truck. 2. Stop overloading cans. Keep bins at a reasonable weight. If I can't lift it without risking my back, it's too heavy. Wet yard waste, soaked cardboard, and compacted trash can weigh over 100 pounds. 3. Keep hazardous items out of household trash. No loose needles, no chemicals, no paint, no broken glass thrown in bare. These things injure us. Put sharps in proper containers. Follow city rules for hazardous waste. 4. Break down boxes. Flatten cardboard. Don't stuff whole boxes into the bin. It jams the truck and wastes space. 5. Move cars on pickup day. If your car blocks the bin, we can't get to it. We can't lift what we can't reach. Move cars away from the curb on collection days. 6. Keep dogs secured. Even friendly dogs can become territorial. Please bring them inside or secure them. We shouldn't have to choose between risking a bite or skipping your bin. 7. Put bins out on time, not days early. Too early attracts animals. Too late means we miss it. Follow the schedule. It keeps the whole route running smoothly. 8. Don't overfill bins. When the lid can't close, animals get in. Rain gets in. The trash becomes heavier and messier. Keep it level with the top. 9. Use the right containers. Don't put trash in flimsy bags, broken cans, or containers without handles. We need something safe to grip. 10. Follow bulk pickup rules. Furniture, mattresses, appliances. These require scheduled pickup. Don't dump them on the curb and expect us to magically take them. 11. Stop treating the alley like a dumping ground. Illegal dumping slows down the whole route and creates health hazards. Use proper disposal sites. 12. Respect the schedule. If we're early, late, or rerouted, it's because of weather, traffic, equipment issues, or safety concerns. We're not skipping you on purpose. 13. Teach children to respect sanitation workers. Kids watch how adults treat us. Teach them that this job matters. Teach them that we're part of what keeps their neighborhood clean and safe. 14. Understand that we're human. We're not machines. We get tired. We get injured. We deal with smells, hazards, weather, and disrespect every day. A little patience goes a long way. His closing words. He finishes with a quiet, grounded honesty. If people did even half of this, our jobs would be safer. Your neighborhoods would be cleaner. The city would run smoother. We're not asking for perfection. We're asking for partnership, because sanitation isn't just our job. It's everyone's responsibility. He steps back, and the room absorbs the weight of what he said.
Dr. Blake steps forward again, but this time there is a noticeable shift in the room. The sanitation engineer's testimony was raw truth, delivered by someone who has spent years doing work the public depends on but rarely respects. Dr. Blake doesn't rush. He doesn't soften anything. He gives the sanitation engineer the same clinical, grounded respect he gave every profession before him. He speaks with that steady, deliberate tone that signals to the room, Pay attention. This matters. Dr. Blake's deep dive responds to the sanitation engineers. He begins with a slow inhale. What you just described, he says, is one of the clearest examples of invisible labor I've heard in this room. He looks directly at the sanitation engineer. You are doing work that the public depends on every single day, but they only notice you when something goes wrong. He lets the truth settle. 1. You revealed the physical reality the public never sees. He speaks clinically, not emotionally. You start before dawn. You work in extreme heat, extreme cold, rain, snow, and darkness. You lift heavy, unstable, unpredictable loads. You navigate traffic, ice, uneven pavement, and blocked access. He nods once. That is not simple labor. That is physically demanding, high-risk work. 2. You exposed the hazards created by the public's behavior. He lists them clearly, the way a clinician identifies patterns. Loose needles, broken glass, chemicals, paint, overloaded bins, unsecured dogs, illegal dumping, furniture left without scheduling, bags packed with rotting food, containers too heavy to lift safely. These are not inconveniences, he says. These are injuries waiting to happen. He pauses, and the public rarely connects their choices to your safety. 3. You showed how sanitation work is directly tied to public health. He speaks with quiet authority. Without sanitation workers, disease spreads. Pests multiply. Neighborhoods decline. Streets become unsafe. Buildings become unlivable. He looks around the room. You are not just removing trash. You are preventing outbreaks. You are preventing contamination. You are preventing environmental hazards. He continues. You are part of the city's health infrastructure, whether the public recognizes it or not. 4. You revealed the emotional toll of being treated as disposable. His voice softens, but stays grounded. You described being ignored, dismissed, yelled at, filmed, judged, and treated as if your work, and your humanity, are beneath the public. He pauses. That kind of stigma is corrosive. It wears down dignity. It creates emotional fatigue. It reinforces the false idea that essential work is unskilled work. He shakes his head. But what you do requires strength, precision, awareness, and resilience. 5. You highlighted the disconnect between responsibility and respect. He continues. You are responsible for the consequences of the public's waste, but you are not given the respect, the patience, or the understanding that responsibility deserves. He gestures slightly. You are expected to be fast, quiet, invisible, and perfect, while handling the most dangerous and unpleasant materials the public produces. He pauses. That expectation is unrealistic and unfair. 6. You identified the core truth. Sanitation is a partnership, not a service. He speaks with clarity. What you want from the public is not unreasonable. You want them to bag trash properly, stop overloading bins, keep hazardous items out of household waste, secure their dogs, move their cars, follow bulk pickup rules, respect the schedule, stop illegal dumping, teach their children to respect sanitation workers. Remember that you are human. These are not demands. These are basic community responsibilities. 7. What your testimony gives this room. He looks at the sanitation engineer with genuine respect. You have given this room a truth that is rarely spoken. Sanitation workers are the backbone of public health, and the public's behavior directly affects your safety. He continues. You have shown that your work is not dirty work, it is essential work. It is skilled work. It is work that keeps entire neighborhoods functioning. He nods once. And you have made the invisible visible. 8. His closing words, calm, grounded, and deeply respectful. Dr. Blake finishes with the same steady presence he began with. You are not the bottom of the ladder. You are not an inconvenience. You are not a background worker. You are a critical part of the city's health and safety system. He inclines his head. And today, you reminded this room, and this seminar, that dignity is not determined by the type of work someone does, but by the impact that work has on the community. He steps back, giving the sanitation engineers the space and respect they have earned.
Tarquin steps forward. He looks at the sanitation engineer, nods once in respect, then turns to the room. Let me break down what he just told you in plain community language. Because this is one of those jobs everybody depends on, but nobody thinks about. 1. Your trash doesn't disappear by magic. Tarquin holds the room with his voice. Every bag you tie, every bin you roll out, every piece of waste you toss. Somebody has to lift it, carry it, dump it, and deal with whatever's inside. He pauses, and that somebody is a human being. Not a machine, not a robot, a person. 2. The stuff you throw away can hurt somebody. He lists it plainly, without judgment. Loose needles, broken glass, chemicals, paint, heavy, water-soaked bags, rotting food, overfilled bins, furniture dumped without warning. He looks around the room. When you toss something dangerous in the trash, you're not just getting rid of it. You're handing it to a worker who has to touch it, lift it, and hope it doesn't injure them. 3. This job is done in the worst conditions. Tarquin continues. These workers are out there before sunrise. In freezing cold, in extreme heat, in storms, in traffic, on ice. They're lifting heavy bins while cars fly past them. He pauses, and the public still complains about noise or timing. 4. Blocked bins and loose dogs slow everything down. He speaks with the tone of someone who has seen this firsthand. When you park in front of your bin, they can't reach it. When your dog is loose, they can't risk getting bitten. When you put your trash out late, they can't come back. He nods once, and then people get mad at them for things they didn't cause. 5. This job is part of public health. Tarquin's voice deepens. If sanitation workers stopped for even a week, the city would fall apart. Trash would pile up, rats would multiply, disease would spread, streets would smell, buildings would become unsafe. He pauses. They're not the trash guys. They're the reason your neighborhood is livable. 6. The disrespect is unnecessary. He speaks plainly. These workers get ignored, yelled at, filmed, judged, and talked down to. People act like they're invisible, like their job is something to look down on. He shakes his head, but the truth is, they're doing work most people couldn't handle for a single day. 7. Here's what they need from the community. Tarquin lists it clearly, the way people actually remember things. Bag your trash properly, don't overload bins, keep hazardous items out, break down boxes, move your car on pickup day, secure your dogs, follow bulk pickup rules, stop illegal dumping, put bins out on time, teach your kids to respect sanitation workers. He pauses. None of this is complicated. It's basic respect. 8. Tarquin's closing truth. He finishes with the kind of clarity that lands in the gut. What he's really saying is this. We all create trash, but only a few people deal with the consequences of it. If the public took responsibility for their part, these workers wouldn't be getting hurt, disrespected, or blamed for things they didn't cause. He steps back, voice steady. That's the translation. Respect the people who keep your neighborhood clean. Respect the work. Respect the workers. Because without them, the city doesn't function.
The public policy analyst rises again, slowly, with that same measured posture he uses when he's about to translate lived experience into structural truth. But this time, there is a different weight in his expression. What the sanitation engineers shared wasn't just a workplace frustration. It was a public health revelation. He closes his notebook, steps forward, and addresses the sanitation engineers with the same respect he gives to surgeons, inspectors, and emergency responders. He begins with a steady, grounded voice. What you just described is one of the clearest examples of essential labor being misunderstood, undervalued, and taken for granted. He looks directly at the sanitation engineer who spoke. You are not simply removing trash. You are maintaining the health infrastructure of an entire city. 1. You revealed the public's complete disconnect from its own waste. He speaks with clinical precision. The public produces waste every day, but they do not connect their behavior to the consequences. They do not see the weight, the hazards, the rot, the contamination, or the danger. He continues, you showed us that the public's choices, what they throw away, how they bag it, where they place it, directly determine your safety. He nods once. That is a structural blind spot. 2. You exposed the hidden dangers embedded in everyday trash. He lists them the way a policy analyst identifies risk categories. Needles, broken glass, chemicals, paint, overloaded bins, rotting food, unsecured dogs, illegal dumping, furniture left without notice. These are not minor issues, he says. These are occupational hazards created by the public. He pauses, and the public rarely realizes they are the source. 3. You demonstrated that sanitation work is skilled, high-risk labor. He speaks with quiet authority. You navigate traffic, weather, weight distribution, hazardous materials, and unpredictable environments. You do this while maintaining speed, accuracy, and safety. He continues. That requires training, strength, situational awareness, and discipline. It is not unskilled labor. It is essential labor. 4. You revealed the emotional cost of being treated as invisible. His voice softens. You described being ignored, dismissed, yelled at, filmed, and judged. You described being treated as if your work, and your humanity, are beneath the public. He pauses. That level of stigma is not just disrespectful. It is psychologically damaging. 5. You highlighted the contradiction between responsibility and respect. He speaks with clarity. You are responsible for the consequences of the public's waste, but you are not given the respect, patience, or understanding that responsibility deserves. He gestures slightly. You are expected to be fast, silent, invisible, and perfect, while handling the most dangerous materials the public produces. He shakes his head. That expectation is unrealistic and unfair. 6. You identified the core truth. Sanitation is a shared responsibility. He speaks as if drawing a line through the heart of the issue. What you are asking for is not extraordinary. You are asking for proper bagging, reasonable bin weight, hazard-free disposal, secured pets, clear access, respect for schedules, compliance with bulk pickup rules, an end to illegal dumping, basic human respect. These are not special requests. These are community obligations. 7. What your testimony means for policy. He shifts into analytical mode. What you described points to the need for public education on safe waste disposal, stronger enforcement of hazardous waste rules, clearer guidelines for bulk pickup, penalties for illegal dumping, traffic safety protections for sanitation workers, public campaigns to reduce stigma, recognition of sanitation workers as essential public health personnel. Your testimony is not anecdotal. It is data. It is evidence. It is a blueprint for reform. 8. His closing words, calm, precise, and deeply respectful. He looks at the sanitation engineers with genuine respect. You are not the bottom of the ladder. You are not background labor. You are not an inconvenience. He pauses. You are the reason the city does not collapse under the weight of its own waste. He inclines his head. And today, you made the invisible visible. He returns to his seat, leaving the room in a thoughtful, grounded silence, the kind that means the truth finally landed.
The plumber was just about to step forward when a small movement at the classroom door shifted the energy. It was Rich's parole officer looking through the narrow window. Rich didn't turn his head at first. Only his eyes flicked toward the glass. He stayed composed, slowly stroking his chin. Charles the Marine silently observed everything. Dr. Blake noticed. Tarquin did too. Tarquin walked over, cracked the door, and exchanged a few quiet words with the parole officer. He nodded once, then whispered something to Blake. Blake gave a small, understanding nod and announced, "We'll take a 10-minute break." Most participants stayed put, stretching, checking phones. A few headed toward the cafeteria. The parole officer stepped just inside the doorway. No raised voice, no scene. He simply lifted 2 fingers and motioned for Rich to come with him. Rich rose with the same controlled calm he always wore, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. He followed the officer into the hall. Earl and Peggy exchanged a glance. "Probably just a random drug test," Earl murmured. "Yeah, you're probably right," Peggy replied. The parole officer led Rich to a small, unused office down the corridor, empty except for a desk and 2 chairs they didn't use. The door clicked shut. They stood facing each other. The officer's face was neutral, professional. "I'm just doing a quick check-in, Rich. Won't take long." He started easy, the way these conversations usually went. "How's the job at the dealership treating you? Still on the same schedule?" Rich nodded. "Yeah, steady, no issues." "Good. And how are things at home? Karma doing okay?" "She's good, happy." The officer asked, "Were her grandparents able to arrange for her to visit her mother at the prison?" Rich nodded. "Yes. Sherry sent pictures. The visit went really well." The officer gave a small nod, keeping it conversational. "Any travel or new contacts I should know about? Anything out of the ordinary in the last week or so?" Rich kept his expression blank, but inside his mind raced. "I should come clean," but admitting it now could pull RJ back in. A man who didn't even realize I was still on parole. We hadn't spoken in years. He was just walking, heading to see one of his 3 kids. Karma's face flashed through his mind. "If I go back inside, she has no one." He steadied himself. "He doesn't have proof. Not yet. If I hold steady, I can protect everyone." The parole officer met Rich's eyes, tone still even. "One more thing I need to clarify. Were you the one who picked up RJ around noon on the 27th? He gave the exact date and time. Rich didn't blink. His voice stayed steady, almost casual. "No." The parole officer held his gaze. "You sure about that?" Rich kept the same poker face, completely unreadable. "Yeah, I'm sure." The parole officer held his gaze for a long moment. The silence stretched. Then he nodded once and replied, "Okay, thanks." No anger, no accusation, just the faint weight of disappointment. The officer turned and left without another word. Rich stood frozen in the empty office, heart hammering against his ribs. That look. He knows something's off. The weight pressed down. Karma's future, RJ's kids, the fragile life he'd been rebuilding. "I have to talk to Rôvi. I have to talk to Dr. Blake." He straightened his shirt, reset his face into its familiar blank mask, and walked back to the classroom. He slipped into his seat beside Rôvi. She didn't say anything, but her eyes lingered on him a second longer than usual. Not because of any expression on his face, but because of the perfect absence of one. Blake resumed without missing a beat. "The plumber may begin." The room shifted again.
10 minutes pass. People drift back to their seats, finishing their stretches, their sodas, their quiet conversations. The room settles into that soft post-break murmur, the kind where everyone is present, but waiting. Dr. Blake steps forward again, calm and composed, scanning the room just long enough to confirm Rich is back in his seat. He doesn't comment. He doesn't ask questions. He simply brings the room back into focus with the same steady authority he's held all day. We'll now continue. The shift is immediate. The room quiets, attention resets, and the emotional thread of the seminar reconnects. Blake turns toward the plumber and gives a small, respectful nod. "The floor is yours." The plumber steps forward with the quiet confidence of someone who has seen more than he ever talks about. 1. The truth about what plumbers actually walk into. I know people think my job is fixing pipes, he says. But most of the time, I'm fixing behavior. He lets that sit. You call me when something breaks. But the truth is, most of what breaks didn't have to break. Pipes don't just fail. Toilets don't just clog. Drains don't just back up. Something caused it. He looks around the room. And 9 times out of 10, that something is preventable. 2. What people flush, and what it does to the system. He starts listing as someone who has seen it all. People flush things that should never go down a toilet. Wipes that say, flushable, but aren't. Paper towels, feminine products, diapers, toys, rags, grease, cat litter, dental floss, cotton swabs, hair, food scraps, cigarette butts. Every one of those things clogs a pipe. Not maybe, not sometimes, every time. He pauses. And when it clogs, I'm the one crawling under your house or into your basement to fix it. 3. The lies people tell, and why they matter. He doesn't sound angry, just honest. When I show up, people lie. Every day. He mimics the tone he hears constantly. I didn't flush anything. It just happened. The toilet's been acting weird. I don't know how that got in there. He shakes his head. I'm not there to judge you. I'm there to fix the problem. But when you lie, you make the job harder. You make the diagnosis slower. You make the repair more expensive. He pauses. And you put me in danger. 4. The dangerous situations plumbers walk into. He lists them calmly, clinically. I've walked into basements filled with sewage up to my boots. I've opened walls full of mold. I've dealt with pipes that burst because someone ignored a leak for months. I've inhaled fumes from chemicals people poured down drains. I've crawled under houses with rodents, insects, and structural rot. I've been in crawlspaces where the air quality was so bad I had to back out fast. He looks at the room. And I still get blamed for the cost. 5. The midnight emergencies. He continues. You call me at 2 in the morning because your basement is flooding. You call me on holidays because your kitchen sink backed up. You call me on weekends because your toilet won't flush. He shrugs. I come. I always come. But the emergency didn't start at 2 in the morning. It started weeks ago when you ignored the signs. 6. The do-it-yourself disasters. He doesn't laugh. He doesn't mock. People watch a video on YouTube and think they can fix plumbing. They use the wrong tools. The wrong parts. The wrong sealants. They over-tighten fittings. They break threads. They glue things that should never be glued. He pauses. And then they call me, after they've made it worse. 7. The disrespect. His voice stays even. I've been yelled at for charging emergency rates. I've been blamed for pipes I didn't install. I've been accused of taking too long when I'm trying to prevent a flood. I've been told I'm overcharging while I'm standing in sewage. He shakes his head. People don't see the danger. They don't see the training. They don't see the physical toll. 8. What he wishes the public would stop doing. He lists it clearly. Stop flushing wipes. Stop flushing anything that isn't toilet paper. Stop pouring grease down drains. Stop ignoring leaks. Stop doing do-it-yourself plumbing without understanding the system. Stop lying about what caused the problem. Stop blaming the plumber for the consequences of your choices. Stop expecting emergency service at regular rates. Stop hiding damage until it becomes a crisis. 9. What he wishes the public would start doing. He continues. Report leaks early. Use strainers in sinks and tubs. Dispose of grease in the trash, not the drain. Schedule maintenance before something breaks. Tell the truth about what happened. Keep access areas clear. Learn where the main shutoff valve is. Respect the time, labor, and expertise involved. Understand that plumbing is part of public health. 10. Closing truth. He finishes with a quiet, grounded honesty. Plumbing isn't just pipes. It's sanitation. It's safety. It's health. It's the system that keeps your home livable. He looks at the room. I don't need praise. I don't need applause. I just need people to understand that what they do affects the system, and the person who has to fix it. He steps back. And that's what I want the public to know.
Dr. Blake steps forward again. His voice is calm, grounded, and analytical. 1. You just described a profession built on the consequences of denial. Blake begins with clinical clarity. What stands out in your testimony is not the pipes, not the tools, not the emergencies, it's the denial. The refusal to acknowledge cause and effect. The belief that if something is hidden, it isn't happening. He looks around the room. That is a psychological pattern, not a plumbing issue. 2. People treat plumbing the same way they treat their own problems. His tone stays steady. They ignore early signs. They hope issues will resolve themselves. They hide the evidence. They wait until the situation becomes unmanageable. And then they call for help in a panic. He pauses. That is the same cycle I see in therapy every day. 3. The lying you encounter is a defense mechanism, not about plumbing at all. Blake continues, voice even. When people say, I didn't flush anything, or, it just happened, they are not lying to you, they are lying to themselves. They are trying to protect their self-image. They are trying to avoid shame. You walk into the physical version of the emotional messes I see in my office. 4. Your job exposes the gap between private behavior and public presentation. He speaks with clinical precision. You see what people do when they think no one is watching. You see the truth behind the walls, literally and figuratively. You see the difference between how people want to be perceived and how they actually behave. He pauses. That is why your work is emotionally heavy, even though it is not labeled that way. 5. The disrespect you face is displaced frustration. Blake's tone softens, but stays firm. When people yell at you about cost, timing, or inconvenience, they are not angry at you. They are angry at themselves. They are angry at the consequences of their own choices. They are angry that the problem is now visible. He lets that land. You become the face of their discomfort. 6. You carry the burden of preventable crises. He continues. You were called into situations that did not have to happen. You were asked to fix problems that were ignored. You were expected to undo months of neglect in minutes. He looks at the plumber with respect. That is a heavy psychological load, and you carry it quietly. 7. Your testimony reveals a deeper truth. Systems fail when people avoid responsibility. Blake speaks with the calm authority of someone naming a universal pattern. Plumbing is a system. A household is a system. A community is a system. A person is a system. He pauses. And systems break down when people refuse to take responsibility for their part in maintaining them. 8. Closing reflection, grounded, clinical, and respectful. What you described today is not just the reality of plumbing. It is the reality of human behavior. You showed us that the smallest choices, what we flush, what we ignore, what we deny, accumulate into crises. And you reminded this room that the people who maintain our hidden systems deserve honesty, respect, and cooperation. Your work protects health, safety, and dignity, even when the public doesn't see it. He steps back. You made the invisible visible. Thank you.
Tarquin steps forward. 1. He's talking about the habits we pretend don't matter. Tarquin starts plainly. What he just described isn't about pipes. It's about the everyday choices people make when they think no one will ever see the consequences. He lets that settle. In our communities, we're used to dealing with the fallout of small decisions that pile up. He sees that same pattern, just inside the walls of your home. 2. He's telling you that private behavior always becomes public eventually. Tarquin's tone stays measured. When you flush something you shouldn't, when you pour grease down a drain, when you ignore a leak, you might think it disappears. But it doesn't. It shows up later, bigger, louder, and more expensive. He pauses. That's the same way emotional problems show up when we ignore them. They don't vanish. They wait. 3. The lying he deals with is the same lying we see in everyday life. Tarquin doesn't judge, he explains. When he walks in and people say, "I didn't do anything," that's not about plumbing. That's about shame. That's about not wanting to admit, "I caused this." He looks around the room. We've all seen that. In families, in relationships, in workplaces, in ourselves. 4. He's showing you the emotional labor behind the physical labor. Tarquin's voice deepens. He's not just fixing pipes. He's walking into people's panic, embarrassment, frustration, and denial. He's absorbing all of that while trying to keep their home safe. He nods once. That's emotional work, and it's invisible until someone names it. 5. He's telling you that emergencies don't start the day you call for help. Tarquin speaks with quiet authority. When your basement floods at 2 in the morning, that didn't start at 2 in the morning. That started the first day you noticed something was off and said, "I'll deal with it later." He pauses. That's how a lot of crises in our lives work. They start small. They get ignored. Then they explode. 6. He's warning you about the danger of thinking you can fix everything alone. Tarquin doesn't mock do-it-yourself culture, he contextualizes it. People watch a YouTube video and think they can handle it. But they don't understand the system. They don't see the bigger picture. They don't know what connects to what. He lifts his hand slightly. That's how people get hurt. That's how problems get worse. That's how a small issue becomes a disaster. 7. He's naming the disrespect that comes with essential work. Tarquin's tone stays steady, not emotional. He's telling you that people take out their frustration on the person who shows up to help. They blame him for the cost. They blame him for the timing. They blame him for the consequences of their own choices. He shakes his head once. That's not about plumbing. That's about how society treats the people who do the work no one else wants to do. 8. Here's what he's really asking for. Tarquin lists it in the way community members actually absorb information. Take responsibility early. Tell the truth. Stop hiding problems. Stop waiting until it's a crisis. Respect the person who comes to help you. Respect the system that keeps your home livable. He pauses. None of that requires money. None of that requires training. It just requires honesty and care. 9. Closing truth. He finishes with the kind of clarity that lands without raising his voice. What he shared today is bigger than plumbing. It's about how we treat our homes, our bodies, our relationships, and the people who help us. He's asking for partnership. He's asking for respect. He's asking for responsibility. Tarquin nods once, slow and deliberate. And if we listened to what he said, really listened, a lot of problems in our homes and in our lives would never reach the point of crisis. He steps back. That's the community translation.
Amethyst steps forward with the same quiet steadiness she carried at the beginning of the day, but now the room feels heavier. The stories, the honesty, the frustration, the truth-telling, it all sits in the air. She doesn't comment on any of it. She simply begins. Her voice is low, warm, and steady. Before we close, I want everyone to come back into their bodies. We covered work that is invisible, emotional, and often misunderstood. That kind of truth sits in the nervous system. She pauses, letting the room settle. Start by noticing the weight of your body. Not adjusting it, not correcting it, just noticing it. A breath moves through the room. Feel your feet supported by the floor. Feel the chair supporting you. Let your shoulders be exactly where they are. She gives them space. Take a slow breath in. Not a deep breath, just a real one. A few people exhale without meaning to. Let the exhale fall out naturally. Her tone stays even. Bring your attention to the parts of your body that feel neutral. Not good, not bad, just present. Let that neutral place be your anchor. Silence. Stillness. A room full of people returning to themselves. If any tension rises, you don't have to fix it. You only have to acknowledge it. The body responds to acknowledgement more than correction. Another breath moves through the room. Take one more slow inhale. Let the room feel wider. Let your body feel less managed. She lets the final line land softly. You are here. You are safe. And you don't have to hold anything perfectly. Amethyst steps back. The room is different now, quieter, steadier, regulated. Dr. Blake steps forward with the calm authority of someone who has guided the room through an entire arc, from introduction, to truth-telling, to analysis, to grounding. He looks at the participants with a steady, composed expression. We have reached the end of this seminar. His voice is even, but there is weight behind it. Today, you heard the truth of work that is essential, overlooked, and emotionally demanding. You heard how systems fail when responsibility is avoided. You heard how denial becomes crisis. And you heard how the people who hold these systems together carry burdens the public never sees. He lets that settle. What you shared today required honesty, self-awareness, and courage. You named realities that are often dismissed or minimized. You allowed yourselves to understand the emotional impact of your work without self-blame. He gives a small nod, not sentimental, but respectful. The work you do matters. The way you show up matters. And the truth you spoke today will stay with the people who heard it. He closes with the same clean finality he always uses. There will be no further discussion. No further questions. The seminar is now formally closed. A beat. Take time to rest. Take time to integrate. And take time to let your body return to itself. Blake steps back. The seminar is complete. As people get up and start to leave again, many of them go over to the speakers to thank them for speaking and to let them know they have that much more respect for them. Rich and Rôvi are gathering their things to leave. Rich leans over to Rôvi and says quietly, "That offer still on the table?" She looks at him. She answers softly, "Of course." Rich nods once. "Come on. Let's go talk to Blake." Tarquin. She grabs her things. Rich goes straight to Blake. Blake smiles politely. "Do you want me to sign a form?" Rich shakes his head. "No, I need to talk to you." Tarquin overhears that. Blake's expression shifts, not alarmed, but attentive. "Come on," Blake says. "Let's talk in the private office." Tarquin, "Let Amethyst know I'll be tied up for a bit." Rich adds, "Rôvi's coming too." Blake looks over at Rôvi, who is now walking behind Rich. Blake doesn't know what's happening. Tarquin doesn't know what's happening. Officer Henry and Charles the Marine observe the shift, but they don't know the story. Blake, Rich, and Rôvi go into the same small private office where Rich met with his parole officer earlier. Blake closes the door. He gestures to the table. There are only 2 chairs, so Blake pulls out a folding chair. Now all 3 sit. Blake folds his hands. "How may I help you?" He looks at Rich. Then at Rôvi. Then back at Rich. Rich swallows hard. He isn't going to circle around it. He isn't going to soften it. "Dr. Blake, I messed up." Blake doesn't judge. He doesn't jump in. He waits. Rich continues. "I was driving a couple days ago. Me and Latham were getting ready for the Super Bowl. I saw a buddy of mine, RJ. I didn't know he was on parole. We hadn't seen each other in years. Blake already knows where this is going, but he stays silent. I picked him up. Gave him a ride. I was thinking about how I used to walk everywhere and nobody gave me a ride. And when he got in the car, it was like old times. He was talking about me having my little girl. He was talking about going to see one of his kids. That's what threw me off. Seeing he was a father. I didn't think to ask, "Hey, are you on parole?" It never crossed my mind. He didn't know I was on parole either. He takes a breath. I dropped him off where he wanted to be dropped off. He was doing a visitation with one of his kids. Then me and Latham went back to my place to unpack food and get ready for the Super Bowl party. While we were getting ready, my PO came to my apartment. I looked through the peephole. I saw it was him. I didn't think anything of it, because I didn't think I did anything wrong. So I let him in. Everything was fine, no problem, until he told me something. He said, "Rich, I need you to verify something. There's a report that you picked up a man named RJ who is on parole. And I understand you drove him somewhere. Is that true?" Dr. Blake, I didn't know he was on parole. I wanted to tell the truth immediately. But I panicked and lied to him and told him I was with Latham all day. Unfortunately, I dragged Latham into this mess. The PO seemed to buy it. So I stayed quiet. I thought if I told the truth, it would jeopardize karma. It would jeopardize RJ with his kids. I panicked. He searched the house, searched my phone, asked questions, then left. I thought it was over. I thought he bought it. I wish I hadn't done that. But all I could think about is, well, Sherry's locked up, and if I get locked up, who's going to protect and take care of karma? I think that's why I went into survival mode instead of just coming clean. That's why I went along with the lie. He looks around the room, the same room where the PO questioned him. When he came here today, he did the routine stuff. Asked about visitation with Sherry and karma. Asked about my job, my hours. Then he dropped the bombshell. He said, "I just need a little more clarity. So you didn't pick up RJ on the 27th, huh?" I kept the lie going. I said no. He asked again, "You sure about that?" And I said no again. I assumed maybe someone saw a vehicle that looked like mine. I thought, he doesn't have proof. I'll get away with it. I told Rôvi about everything. She's non-judgmental. I can tell her anything. And she said she might have a solution. He looks at Rôvi. She offered for us to get married. Just platonic. So karma has a safety net if I get picked up. I got a bad feeling, Dr. Blake. I don't know why. Even though he doesn't have proof, something doesn't sit right with me. Who saw me? How would he know? He looks at Blake again. I'm going to take Rôvi up on her offer. She has her veterans medical. Karma would be taken care of. But she said we should talk to you first. Rich, I'm going to give you a clear, neutral breakdown of what you're facing. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm not going to make the decision for you. I'm going to give you the information you need to make an informed choice. He glances at Rôvi, then back at Rich. First, legally, the lie is more significant than the ride. Giving someone a ride, especially if you didn't know he was on parole, is not the core issue. The core issue is that your parole officer asked you directly, twice, and you denied it. He continues. Second, your parole officer's behavior tells me he already has partial information. He didn't ask casually. He asked with a date and time. That means he has something, a report, a tip, a camera hit, a witness, a license plate match. Something. That doesn't mean he has proof. But it means he has enough to revisit the question. Blake's tone stays even. Third, your fear is not irrational. You're picking up on something real. His tone, his timing, his follow-up question. Those are indicators that he is not finished with this. He shifts slightly. Fourth, confession is not a moral question, it is a strategic one. Confessing can sometimes reduce consequences. It can also sometimes accelerate them. It depends entirely on the officer, the district, the caseload, and the context. I cannot tell you which outcome you would get. He nods once. Fifth, your daughter is the center of your decision-making. That is clear. That is consistent. And that is shaping every choice you're making. That is not a weakness. That is a priority. Blake then addresses the marriage idea. A platonic marriage for the purpose of providing legal stability for a child is not illegal. It is not unethical. It is not uncommon. But it is a major legal step. It affects taxes, benefits, housing, medical decisions, emergency contacts, and long-term obligations. If you choose to do this, it must be done with clarity, not fear. He finishes with calm certainty. Your parole officer is not finished with this situation. You are not imagining that. You are reading the signs correctly. I cannot tell you what to do. But I strongly recommend you speak with a reentry attorney before making any decision. I can connect you with one today. He sits back. You did panic. You did lie. But you are here now, telling the truth. That matters. What you do next will matter even more. And you do not have to navigate this alone. Blake's words are still hanging in the air when Rich suddenly freezes. He doesn't blink. He doesn't breathe. He just stops. He replayed Blake's statement. And then it hits him. His face suddenly drains of color. The cameras. Blake sees the shift but doesn't interrupt. Rôvi sees it too, the way Rich's entire body goes rigid. Rich stands abruptly. Thank you, Dr. Blake, he says, voice tight, controlled, but shaking underneath. He doesn't wait for a response. Come on, Rôvi. I have to talk to you. Now. Blake watches them leave, concerned but silent. Rich leads Rôvi out of the building and toward his vehicle. His stride is firm, decisive, but faster than usual. He opens the passenger door and motions for her to get in. She does, quietly, carefully, because she has never seen him like this. He gets into the driver's seat, shuts the door, and grips the steering wheel with both hands. His knuckles go white. His jaw is locked so tight the muscle jumps. For a moment, he can't speak. Then he turns to her, voice low and controlled. When Dr. Blake mentioned cameras, it just dawned on me. A slow exhale. The traffic cameras. That's how he knew. Rôvi, he knows. He grips the wheel again, harder. Damn. Oh, excuse my language, sorry. His voice stays deep, steady, but there's a tremor under it he can't hide. I lied to my PO 3 times. Straight to his face. And he knew the whole time. He's got the footage. His jaw clenches again. He blinks hard, once, fighting the burn behind his eyes. For the first time, Rôvi sees a crack in the armor. Not weakness. Not collapse. Just the truth of a man who has carried too much for too long. Rôvi doesn't speak. She just sits with him, letting him feel what he's feeling without pressure. He wipes his eyes, clearing the fear and shame and the terror of losing everything. His voice is low, almost a growl. I'm not losing my daughter. He shakes his head once, firm. If they pull me back in, karma's got nobody. Nobody. And it's on me. All on me. Tears burn at the corners of his eyes, but he doesn't let them fall. He wipes his face roughly with both hands, jaw locked tight, like he's grinding the shame down into something he can carry. No, he says, voice gravelly. I'm not losing her. Not like this. He turns to Rôvi, eyes red but steady, the look of a man who has already made his decision. Let's go get married. Right now. We have to do this now. I know Dr. Blake said talk to a reentry attorney, but we have to secure karma. Then I'll deal with the rest. He nods once, decisive. We gotta do it. He wipes his face again, regaining full composure. Do you know a minister? Anyone? Rôvi nods immediately. I do. I know someone personally. They'll do it. Rich exhales, controlled, shaky, but steadying. Call them. I will, she says. Follow me straight to their house. Rich nods. We gotta take care of this. And then, I'll confess. Rôvi nods once, firm. Okay. It's a plan. She gets out of the car. Rich starts his engine. His hands are still shaking, but his posture is straight, his jaw set, his eyes focused. They pull out of the parking lot, 2 cars, 1 mission, no time left.
Rôvi drove straight to her relative's house, Reverend David, a licensed, respected minister who had known her since she was a little girl in church. She didn't give him Rich's personal business, but she gave enough to explain the urgency. A child needed stability. A father feared losing custody. A legal safety net was needed immediately. Reverend David didn't hesitate. If Rôvi said it mattered, he trusted her judgment. They arrived at his home. His wife, who had known Rôvi since childhood, welcomed them in and agreed to serve as a witness. There was no romance, no ceremony, no emotion beyond necessity, just the legal act. Reverend David opened his book. Do you, Rich, take Rôvi to be your wife? Rich's voice was steady. I do. He turned to her. Do you, Rôvi, take Rich to be your husband? Rôvi answered without hesitation. I do. Reverend David nodded. By the authority vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. No kiss, no touching, just signatures, paperwork, a plan. They agreed to meet at the courthouse the next morning to finalize documents. Everything was legal, everything was clean, everything was done for Karma. Rich called Karma's grandparents and asked if they could keep her one more day. He said he had important business to take care of. They agreed. The next morning, Rich and Rôvi went to the courthouse. They filed the paperwork. Everything went through. Karma was now legally protected. Rich went back to work. He hadn't heard from his parole officer in 3 days. He kept thinking, maybe he doesn't know, maybe it was just a tip. Maybe someone saw a car that looked like mine. Maybe the cameras didn't catch it. He tried to believe it. He picked up Karma from Rôvi's house each evening. He thanked her, as he always did. They kept everything professional. No one knew about the marriage except Reverend David, his wife, Rich, Rôvi. They hadn't told Dr. Blake. They hadn't told Tarquin. They hadn't told anyone. 4 days passed. Nothing from the P.O. Rich let himself breathe. He talked to Latham. He talked to Rocky. He cooked dinner. He played with Karma. He went to work. He convinced himself maybe it was over. The next morning, he dropped Karma off at Rôvi's house and headed to the dealership. There was a big sale that day. The lot was full. He was showing a young couple a car around 11 a.m. Then he saw them. 3 police cars pulling into the lot. Rich looked up. His stomach dropped. But he told himself, it's not about me. My P.O. hasn't said anything. Maybe someone tried to steal a car. He kept talking to the couple. Kept showing the features. Kept pretending everything was normal. The officers went inside the dealership. His boss came out. The officers followed. Then his boss pointed directly at Rich. That's when Rich knew. The officers approached him with a folded paper in hand. Sir, we have a warrant for your arrest. Rich didn't argue. He didn't panic. He didn't resist. He turned around, placed his hands on the back of his head. a posture he knew too well, and let them read him his rights. The young couple stepped back, confused and frightened, watching from a distance. Latham came running out from the service bay. He saw the cuffs. He saw Rich's face. He immediately pulled out his phone and started texting. Rich kept his head down the entire time. He knew this was coming. He had prepared himself. They placed him in the car and drove him to the station. He wasn't worried about himself. He wasn't worried about the job. He wasn't worried about the embarrassment. He was only thinking, Karma is safe. Rôvi made sure of that. Whatever happens to me, she's safe. They brought him into an interrogation room. A table, 2 chairs, a large mirror he knew was two-way. An officer offered him a drink. Rich shook his head. No thank you. The officer sat down across from him. Rich, he said calmly, we need to go over your movements from the 27th. Were you here, and here? Rich didn't lie this time. He didn't hesitate. He didn't try to protect himself. He confessed everything. Rich sat in the interrogation room, eyes lowered. The interrogator asked calmly, why did you lie to your parole officer? Rich didn't hesitate. I panicked, he said. I wanted to tell the truth. I swear I did, but when he asked me where I was, I just reacted. I said I was with Latham. I dragged him into it. He only backed me up because I put him in that position. He swallowed hard. I wasn't trying to be slick. I wasn't trying to disrespect him. I was thinking about my daughter. I was thinking about how one mistake could take me away from her. And I let fear make the decision for me. He shook his head. It spiraled. And that's on me. All on me. The interrogator wrote everything down. Rich didn't know that behind the two-way mirror, his parole officer had been standing there the entire time, arms folded, expression unreadable. The interrogator closed his notebook. A door opened behind the mirror. Rich looked up. His parole officer stepped into the room. Rich's eyes widened. Then he dropped his gaze to the table in shame. The PO sat across from him. His voice was calm, controlled, professional, but heavy. I heard your confession, he said. I heard your reasoning behind it. Rich nodded slightly, still staring at the table. But now, the PO continued, that brings something into question. Rich looked up slowly. The PO leaned forward. I knew you were lying from the very beginning. Rich's face tightened. I wanted you to tell me the truth, the PO said. Because you are marked on my radar as someone with integrity. Someone who has been honest with me in the past. Someone who has taken responsibility. Rich's throat tightened. When you didn't tell me the truth the first time, the PO continued, I said to myself, he's in front of his buddy. Peer pressure affects people. Maybe he's embarrassed. He paused. That's why I pulled you aside privately. I thought, surely he'll tell me the truth now. I'll give him a warning, and he can go on with his day. Keep working. Keep raising his daughter. Rich's jaw clenched. But you lied to me the second time. Rich dropped his head again. The PO's voice stayed steady. And I even gave you a third chance. Did I not? Rich nodded, barely audible. Yes, sir, the PO said. And you lied to me a third time, one-on-one. No peer pressure. No audience. Just you and me. Rich blinked rapidly. He didn't know what was coming next. The PO sat back, studying him. You had a chance, he said. A real chance. Rich's breathing became shallow. The PO continued. And I can't give you another warning. Silence filled the room. Rich finally lifted his eyes, terrified, bracing himself. The PO looked at him with a mixture of disappointment and something else Rich couldn't read. Then the PO said, Rich, I need to tell you what happens next.